Yes, yes, yes. It's Tuesday, ain't it? How we doing, chat? What's good? Good to see you. It's good to see you as always. Crazy that we didn't get through most of the news yesterday, but of course, as some people said in the chat, it is one of the biggest political scandals in the UK history, to be honest. Excuse me. So, I'm not feeling bad about it. And of course, there are things that are escalating today. And we're going to be having a look at those as well today. We're going to catch up on it today. That's what's happening. Welcome in, everybody. I am just using the Go Live feature on... Blue Sky, just to advertise that I'm live. I've done that. I'm tremendously out of the loop since last week, so this stream should be fun. Oh my god, you weren't here yesterday, were you? Oh my god, network. Blinders are being played. Many, many blinders have been played and are continuing to be played. Welcome in, everybody. It's good to see you all. Hello, Atomically Powered, Middle-earth Marxist Network, Valerie Valkyrie. I don't think I missed anyone there. Jenny, welcome in. Valerie Valkyrie with the 85 consecutive streams watched. Absolute madness. Grandpa Simpson, welcome in. Nappers, welcome in. Middle-earth Marxist with the 85 consecutive streams watched. My god. 85 is in the chat. Ninny161, welcome in. We got Ricky Bickies. It's good to see you. Who do we also got? We got Alyssa. Hello. How are you all doing? Let me be absolutely clear. I will sail through these rough waters unscathed, like I have done countless times before. Countless times. I am, as per usual, finishing my tea. How's my day been? It's been alright, thanks for asking. It's been alright, it's been good. I'm filled with less blood than I used to be. Had a blood test today, and they took a whole bunch of it out of me. And I was like, that's crazy. That's a lot. I was like, that's a lot that you're taking out of me there for blood test. 4 little vials they did. I know that that's like probably nothing compared to some people in the chat who might be disabled and have to have blood tests all the time. But I've never had that much blood taken out of me. I've never given blood. But obviously this isn't given blood. This is just blood tests for my liver and stuff. And I was like, did they take this much out of me last time? And she was like, why don't you remember? It was 2 days ago or something. And I was like, oh no, that was an STD test. They just took the regular one vial, and she laughed at me. The nurse was so sweet. She was so nice. She was just really upbeat and really cute. Just like a really nice auntie. You know what I mean? Just proper sound. I don't remember because of the blood loss. Exactly. How am I supposed to remember? Just no idea. Anyway. Totally drained today by vampires. But no, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. I've been to the gym. I've done a bit of laundry. I was supposed to meet someone for coffee, but they had to bail out, which is fine. So I spent some extra time in bed, you know. And yeah, now I'm here. Did you sleep well? That's a nice question to ask. I did sleep well. Thank you, Alyssa. I did. Thank you very much. Yeah, melatonin is a hell of a drug. It's very, very good if you've got ADHD and have delayed sleep phase syndrome as part of that. I hope everybody else had a wonderful sleep. Actor Bellatrix, good to see you. Nice to see you. Long time no see. Hope you're good. Whenever I get blood tests, they take like 4 vials, but my veins are hard to get to. She looked at my arm and she was like, you've got a really nice vein there. And I was like, thanks. I've been working out. I think that's what it is. And she stuck the needle in and she was like, oh, not quite getting any blood out of that. I was like, what? But I actually think it's because she must have been tired or something. She left the tourniquet on right? Because normally what they do is they put the tourniquet on, tourniquet, put the tourniquet on, and then put the needle in, and then whip it off, right? So that it goes, and she just left it on, and I was like, I didn't say anything. I was like, do you want me to move my arm? She was like, no. Just leave it. I was like, okay. I was just looking at the tourniquet the whole time. I was like, thinking like, do you not take that off? So there you go. There you go. That was that. Morgana, welcome in. It's good to see you. I've got curry on the go. So I'm just having a little bit of that. Tell me about your day, chat. What have you been doing? What sort of curry? It's the same one I make every week. Same one I make every week. Chicken curry. I've been corrected before and told it's Karachi. But I thought it was just Karai. Maybe I'm saying it wrong. You got groceries today? Good for you. Garlo Mango, Trash Pando, how you doing? Still been unwell, a frustrating time. I'm sorry to hear it, Val. Make sure you stay rested. It does suck, but you gotta stay rested to make sure it's not, you know, not gonna get worse. You know this. Gotta chat about this over Christmas, right? Hey, Midwestern Cat Lady. Been working today so far. Welcome in. Hope it's been okay. Been in hospital all day, but I got out and lay in the sunshine for an hour. It's the little things. I'm sorry to hear it. I hope it's not serious. Struggling with depression, unable to do anything today. That's totally fine. Nothing wrong with that. Sending you lots of love, Morgana. You'll get through it. I promise. I made stewed chicken and tomatoes yesterday, ate the rest of it for lunch today. It was even better reheated. It's always better when you leave it overnight. And I think that's because the flavors get time to like marinate and permeate, you know? And also a bunch of bacteria that is probably, you know, if you don't cook it through, right? It's going to be bad for you. So just cook it properly, you know what I mean? And you'll get rid of the bad bacteria. But I think there's a development of bacteria as well that also is good for your gut. If you leave it for one night at least. Don't be leaving it for too long. Cleaning the apartment and trying to stay moving to fight the demons. Prince, I feel it. Welcome in. Good to see you. Life's a mess, the world's a mess, but hey, there's a cat curl next to me. Yeah, and you got all your comrades in this chat as well. Hey, PBP. Depression's hitting today. Yeah, I'm sorry that people are feeling that today. It sounds really shit. This won't help what I'm about to say for those of us in the UK, but you will maybe have noticed that the thing that I was talking about over the last couple of months is started to hit. Hey, Ricky Biggies, thank you for gifting a sub to Trash Pando. We're 5 subs off the sub goal for the month. Five subs off the sub goal for the month. That's fucking dope, chat. Then we just gotta hit the dono goal. Madness. Ricky Bickies, thank you very much. Trash Pando, enjoy your ad-free viewing and your remotes. Is it cold where I'm at? No, it's actually nice. It's sunny and warm here. Not super warm, but it's warm. As I was saying, if you've been to the supermarket or the grocery store or whatever in the UK, I don't know about the USA yet, if you will have started to feel this in the USA, but you will probably notice the thing that I was talking about over the last couple of months has actually already happened, and there is less stuff in the grocery store, in the supermarket. When I went on Saturday, there was 0 oat milk, literally 0 oat milk, 0 soy milk, and I said, is this just because you've not restocked it, or is there none? And he was like, can't get hold of any. So there you go. There were also no avocados. 0. The only avocados that were there were from Israel, so I threw them to the back of the shelf so no one could see them. And what else did they have shortages of? I can't remember. I can't remember. But there was a couple of things that I saw that were like, you could tell that they were getting the you know what I mean? Like the dregs of stuff. No paninis in Aldi for wheat, but that might be unrelated. Yeah. Direct action. It's just standard boycott stuff. Do you know what I mean? Hey, Do Burger, welcome in. I feel extra grateful about my avocados now. Yeah. Hang on to him, man. Hang on to him. Hey, Blue Rose Moon. Been noticing the same here in the States. I would just say, chat, it's imperative to just buy yourself an extra bag of rice and an extra bag of beans. Every time you go shopping, right? Every time you go shopping, and you know, don't go crazy about it and buy like 10 at a time or whatever. Like, do your weekly shop, get an extra bag of rice, get an extra bag of beans. When I was on the phone to my friend Jill yesterday, she said another thing that we need to remember is that if you've got anyone out there with disabilities that you know, you should tell them. And she was actually telling me to say this on my stream, that there's going to be shortages of medicines. And even if you're not disabled, it would be a good idea to buy some over-the-counter stuff, particularly from a cheap place. Like, for example, Aldi. And you might want to just start buying... I've started doing this today. Buy an extra bag of... well, you know, if you don't need it, buy a box of paracetamol, buy a box of aspirin, not to stockpile them for yourself, but in case someone that you know in your neighborhood goes, oh my God, like, you know, these things happen in times of crisis. You might get someone knocking on your door saying, like, sorry to ask you, but have you got any aspirin? Do you know what I mean? I don't think I've ever used aspirin. No, it's not for you. It's for someone with heart problems. That's why you buy aspirin. These are the things that we need to be thinking about. Right? Do you understand? Might have to do the same with toilet paper. I wouldn't worry about toilet paper. Just wash your ass in the shower. If you run out of toilet paper, just wash your ass in the shower. I know that sounds like grim and weird, but you know, in the grand scheme of things, I wouldn't worry too much about you know, about toilet paper particularly. I would worry about food and medicine. You can have a shitty ass for an hour or so, do you know what I mean? Or like 10 minutes, you know, and you'd be all right. Just wash your ass. But you'll soon start to miss food. You get 4 or 5 cans worth out of every pound of dry beans. You don't even have to soak them. Yep. I don't know about the not soaking them thing. I think that if you... is it lentils? I think you could do yourself a mischief if you don't soak lentils. So, I don't know if that's true for beans, for every bean. But just do your research, chat. About 100 kilograms of rice and 100 kilograms of chickpeas radiated and stored in cans along with a bunch of other stuff with a 20-year shelf life. I eat it and replace it as I go. Started when I have five kids at home. The plan was to keep us and our friends all alive if something bad happens. Yeah. In a crock pot, you don't have to soak the beans first. Oh, yeah, because you're soaking them while they're in there. But does it not keep all the water in and stuff? I don't know. I don't know anything about that. You might know more about that than me. Depends on the bean. Yes, you can't make kidney beans and relatives. They have to boil. That's what I was going to say. Yeah. Kidney beans, I knew. I was like, I'm pretty sure there is a bean. Yeah, aspirin thins the blood. That's why you need it for people who might have heart problems. For example, elderly relatives who might run out of blood thinners. Not even elderly relatives, elderly neighbors. You know what I mean? Soak and flick. That's the strat. Soak and flick your bean. Many people are saying this. Many people are saying this. So there you go. There's the depressing thing that we have to talk about, but it is important because, you know, we don't have the food infrastructure in the UK like they do in Cuba, and I think that people will start freaking out as soon as they you know, find out that there are food shortages. Hello, Sweetbeat. Please, everybody, go follow Sweetbeat. She's a great streamer. Soaking beans helps improve digestibility. Did you see that TikTok as well? Because I saw that TikTok literally last night. Where it's the dietitian guy. He's like a doctor dietitian. And he was like, yeah, if you soak beans and nuts, if you soak nuts. Oh, okay, you didn't see the TikTok. You just know this stuff. I learn all kinds of things on TikTok. It's mad. There's this guy who's like a dietitian and he goes into proper detail and he has like links and research and all this stuff. You know, you just know this because you were born poor as fuck. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, like, fucking, he's talking about soaking nuts. If you soak nuts, they will end up being way more digestible. If you have like a problem, like an intolerance of nuts, you'll end up having proper loads of gas and stuff like that. And if you soak them, apparently that doesn't happen. I eat legumes daily, always soak overnight. Hey, Sally. Cuba got a shipment of oil from Russia. What, another one?
What I won't do is pretend I can do things and then tell people after the election that it's not going to happen.
Okay.
I think people are fed up to the back teeth with that. Labour is committed to a climate investment pledge worth £28 billion.
A lie.
We have to make the case for freedom of movement.
A lie.
Raise your hands if you're into scrapping tuition fees.
A lie.
Renationalising water and electricity.
A lie.
You make promises you can't keep and don't really intend to keep.
David, of course it's true.
I think it's right that those that can afford to pay more do pay more.
A lie.
I want to pay tribute to Jeremy Corbyn, who's a friend as well as a colleague.
A lie.
But if you're not going to keep your promises, don't bullshit. They're all pledges, Andrew, so the answer to these questions is yes. I'm not going to make promises that I can't keep.
A lie. Yes, it's a lie.
Wow. Anyway, chat. There's all kinds of things going on Normal Island. Let's have a look at this interview with Ed Miliband. See what they're saying. VOD watchers, I'm sorry. Gonna have to lose you for this because YouTube does not like me. Well, it's not necessarily YouTube. It's Good Morning Britain does not like me reacting to their content. So, big F in the chat for VOD watchers. I'm so sorry you're gonna miss out on the amazing commentary of Ed Ball. You know. So. See you in a bit. Alright, welcome back, VOD watchers. You didn't really miss much. It was just Ed Miliband just not really bothering about answering questions properly or defending anything. Yeah, no, exactly. It's his. Who are these people that say he's going too fast? It's the people who say he's going too fast are Reform. It's Reform and the Tories, and they're saying, you've got to go back to coal. We got to go back to coal. Nuts. Now he's talking about green energy. Exactly, Morgana. That's why it's a total hypocrisy. They're literally going nowhere. They're going nowhere near fast enough. Not even close. Yes, they're going... Yeah, I would argue they're going nowhere. All right, let's take a little look at this. We're not going to watch all of this because we watched a hell of a lot of parliamentary debate yesterday talking about Ollie Robbins and whatnot. But we are going to just have a little bit of a look at this and see if we can get the lowdown, the gist as to what's happened. So this is what people were talking about yesterday. They were saying Ollie Robbins is going to come in to Parliament to answer some questions on Mandelson vetting. Now, this has got 47,000 views, chat. This is what you got to remember. Like, a lot of people watched this, yeah? And it is fascinating the way that some of this goes. Let's have a little look at what's going on. Yeah, hey, drugs. Yeah, it's bougie water. Yeah. Very civil servanty in his careful answers, but there's some good bits in this. Where are the best bits? Because I don't want to watch. I don't want to watch all of it, but quite a lot for a Foreign Affairs Committee. Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's a significant amount of views for a Foreign Affairs Committee hearing. You know.
Of Sir Oliver Robbins, at our request, for him to explain.
That's okay, Emily.
The circumstances of Peter Mandelson's appointment and.
I'm sorry if I missed anyone in the chat. Hello, Krill. Hello.
In what happened next.
Did I miss anybody else?
And in recent days, what has happened in relation to leaks and so on. I think that it's very important that we hear from you. We heard from the Prime Minister yesterday, and thank you very much for appearing. I know it must be a very difficult time for you personally, and we are very
evil, fucking evil.
Thank you, Chair.
We're hoping that you're going to feel a bit freer to give a fuller answers to us than you did on the last occasion.
You sly piece of shit.
In November or in your.
If you don't know what's going on here, chat, right? Why I'm already fucking yelling at her. It's because we saw last night a clip of this very same committee listen to Ollie Robbins say, and I think this might have even been 2 months ago, people in the chat were saying. Some people were saying it was last week. Some people were saying it was 2 months ago. We've seen these two same people, Emily Thornberry here, and Ollie Robbins, the guy sat opposite that's being questioned, do the same dance. What did the Foreign Office know about this? And why wasn't Keir Starmer told about it? And Oliver Robbins said he was told about it. He demanded that we, give him clearance regardless, right? Hey, Rebel Phoenix, no, Starmer will never step down. He's the man of tempered glass.
Of the 16th of September, when you clearly told us the truth, but you only told us part of the truth.
Do you see what I'm saying? Wait, when was this? 3rd of November. Right, okay. So last occasion that you appeared in front of us on the 3rd of November, right? So that's how long ago this was. That's how long ago it was. That clip that we watched last night where he was like, yep, we knew that he failed the security clearance, but Starmer demanded that we go over the security clearance head and we give him clearance. You know? It's there. It's recorded. These meetings are recorded. It's a matter of public record. You can find these fucking YouTube videos on the House of Commons YouTube channel, right? Unless they take him down, which would be more of an admission of wrongdoing if they do that. And now she's sat in front of him here going like, yeah, well, you said this stuff on the 3rd of November. And you also sent us a letter on the 16th of September. But, I'm sure you want to tell us the real truth. Fucking demon.
But when you clearly told us the truth, but you only told us part of the truth. And
part of the truth.
It's a little bit like, saying I had to run to work today, but not saying that you were chased by a bear. It reminded me of when I was a criminal barrister and the importance of the oath being that you had to tell the truth and the whole truth. We're not going to ask you to swear on the Bible or anything like that, but I think that it is important that we do get the whole truth today, and I don't intend to kind of dwell on previous issues apart from
this is completely depraved. This is completely depraved. Like, what the fuck?
Just to say that now, because what I'd like to do is just to move on to
utter worm.
Questions are. And I think what I'd like to do is perhaps ask you to walk us through what the situation was when you appeared in the Foreign Office as Permanent Under-Secretary. What was the state of play, and in particular, what was the status of Peter Mandelson, and what needed to happen next, and what did you need to do in order to ensure that happened?
Thank you, Chair. And I know this sounds formal and maybe even a bit unlikely, but thank you very much for the opportunity today to come and speak to you about these matters. As you say, it has been a difficult time, leavened slightly by it being my birthday yesterday.
Yes, all that.
So thank you for the opportunity to set things out. I won't go on at length, but I think there are three important framing points I need to make. Firstly, as you say, when I walked into post as Permanent Undersecretary on the 20th of January last year, I wasn't walking into a vacuum. I arrived to a situation in which a due diligence report had been undertaken into Mandelson by the Cabinet Office, assessing the reputational risks and his fitness for office. The Prime Minister had then presumably taken advice on his fitness for office. The name had been submitted to the King as Minister's recommendation. The Prime Minister had made an announcement that Mandelson was his nominee without caveats. The British government had sought agrément, the formal diplomatic process for a host government accepting a nominee from the US government, and that had been obtained before I arrived in post. He'd been given access to the building, he'd been given access to low classification IT, and from time to time, for case-specific issues, he was being given access to higher classification briefing. So
that's insane. So he's saying that he walked into this when this was already happening. That's nuts.
I'm afraid I walked into a situation in which there was already a very, very strong expectation, and you will have seen the papers released already under the humble address, that coming from Number 10, that he needed to be in post and in America as quickly as humanly possible. The very first formal communication of this to my predecessor from Number 10 Private Office being that they wanted all this done at pace and Mandelson in post.
So so there was a person there was another civil servant who was in charge of the Foreign Office at this time that left probably because they knew that this shit was going to happen. That all of this shit that was happening that like they could stop because Keir Starmer was just going to do whatever the fuck he wanted, was going to end up blowing up in the Foreign Office's face. So this guy was appointed just because a previous person just fucked off. Where they were like, right, you want to do this? I'm out. That's absolutely mad. That's absolutely mad.
For inauguration. So that's the situation I faced.
I'm sorry, so there is paperwork about that, and that can presumably will be disclosed to Parliament.
It already has been, Chair. That letter from the Private Office is already in the disclosures made.
He just said it was in the humble address. She's not listening.
There's nothing improper about it, but that's the concept.
But, you know, what am I saying? She is listening. She's just pretending that this information is really hard to, like, parse. That's what the play is here. They're saying like, oh, it's very confusing all this, and it sounds like it was really difficult, and blah, blah, blah. No, they are not working together on this, Ricky Bickies. Not as far as I can tell at this point, right? Because again, like I said, you know, this guy was already in front of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, or Foreign Office Select Committee, whatever it is, Foreign Affairs Select Committee, which Emily Thornberry is the chair of. She's already questioned him on what happened with Peter Mandelson, and he sat there and he said, Peter Mandelson failed the security vetting. Keir Starmer demanded that he get clearance regardless, right? Said, we've got to go over the heads of the people who've done this security vetting. He needs to be given the clearance. Doesn't matter. And therefore, that means that he was already doing the job. As he said, what he's saying here is that the guy was already getting about having access to things that he shouldn't have had access to because he hadn't had the security clearance done yet, right? There is an interesting bit here, and I said yesterday that someone in the chat said something like, wasn't he appointed by Trump or something like that? He's actually said something quite interesting here. There was a nomination from the US. I wonder if this is from the embassy, like the British embassy in Washington. That might be what that is, but I don't know. Maybe there was some kind of demand. Maybe Trump did make a demand that Mandelson be appointed as ambassador, which is fascinating.
That's the context I walked into.
But is this him trying to like pass the buck here? I don't know. It's hard to figure out.
So I'm afraid what that translated into for my team in the Foreign Office, and certainly the handover briefing I was getting as I arrived at post, was what I felt was a generally dismissive attitude to his vetting clearance.
There you go. There it is. Mandelson was definitely a Trump appeasement hire. No, I don't think he was. This is the thing. We went through all of this last night. It is very, very clear that Peter Mandelson, there was nothing wrong. Trump didn't have an issue with the previous ambassador from what everyone, from literally every report, right? Oh, is that what he was saying instead? Hi, Willow. He was saying instead that they asked the Americans to accept him as ambassador. Right, I see. Okay. Yeah, that must be what he meant by the nominee for the US or whatever. No, I don't even think that they were trying to do a 4D chess move. I just think that this was a very clear example of corruption where Keir Starmer got to where he was because of Morgan McSweeney and Peter Mandelson, and this is him rewarding Mandelson, giving him a post with a lot of money, a lot of access to data, classified information, all the kinds of things that he would want because he's a corrupt piece of shit. And he gave him that position. It's as simple as that. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours.
The focus was on getting Mandelson out to Washington quickly. Despite this atmosphere, an atmosphere of pressure, the department completed developed vetting.
It's the highest ambassadorial post you could get,
standard. Yeah. Because the vetting process is not there to determine fitness for office or reputational risk. It's there to protect national security. And the Prime Minister has already made those judgments. I'm
so sorry to cut across you. We will get onto that. But can I still want to just take it in stages if it's all right with you.
That's ridiculous. He's getting to the meat of the matter, which is incredibly important, and she's cutting him off and saying, oh, we'll talk about that in a bit. Because he's being too free with the correct information. He's being too honest. And she's like, whoa, less of that.
Yes. Because what I'd like to do is to ask you about, we hear about the circumstances, the
I can't believe it.
The press release, the king having agreed, the Americans having agreed.
Already heard about all that. He's literally given, I think it's fair. I think it's fair that when someone is being questioned like this, because if you hear her question at the start, she says, tell us about she has like a big open question. Do you know what I mean? There's like a big open question, which is like, talk to us about the issues with the security clearance and the vetting of Mandelson. That's what she says, right? And then he just does that. He just completely does it. And then she's like, whoa, not like that. I want to hear about all these things you've said in intense detail, stage by stage. That's a ridiculous way to do it. You have a summary first, and then she should be taking notes as chair and going, right, okay, well, we'll have for expansion on that, expansion on that, expansion on that, expansion on that. Or at least the secretary will be taking notes, and the secretary can feed the notes to the chair, and then the chair could go, okay, you just mentioned this, so let's have a bit more about that. Secretary, could you have, a second bit, right? So we can have a look at this. That's how you're supposed to run these kinds of things. Mad. Just absolutely mad. Hey, Kensai. Hey, really G-nerfed. Welcome in. Thank you for the consecutive streams watched.
To him, congratulating him on it, the access. But it was all subject to vetting. And the question,
he was just talking about
that. I want to ask is, what kind of pressure additional to that were you put under in relation to the vetting?
Thank you, Chair. And before I answer your question, which I promise I will, it was not I'm afraid I don't think at the point of his appointment and 4 days thereafter, it was actually a given that he would be vetted. Again, if you look at the documents submitted under the humble address, there is no stipulation from number 10 that he should be vetted. The welcome that was sent to him immediately afterwards doesn't say, welcome to the Foreign Office subject to vetting. The announcement.
We are, I don't know, man. What? 3 minutes in, and already this is enough. You don't need anything else. He's just said it. He's just literally fucking said it right there. There was no demand to vet him. He was already given the post. There was no necessity. Number 10 was not pressuring us to vet him. He hadn't been vetted, and there was some kind of an unspoken agreement that there just would be no vetting. It was being treated as a given. This is damning. Already it's damning. That's so funny, dude. That's so fucking funny. Hey, Larry, how's it going? Everybody, please go show some fucking love to Leapin' Larry. How are you doing? Good to see you. An excellent lefty streamer. Yeah. Lots of good information and good learning you do in Larry's stream. I hope you're doing good, comrade. All that waffle yesterday, only to be handed a critical hit in 2 minutes. Hey, Sorka. Yeah, it's fucking mad.
Announcement put out on the 20th of December says that he will be out early in the new year. It does not say subject to vetting.
The contract does, though. The contract of employment.
The contract issued to him after he was vetted.
Emily, I can't stand. Like, you're not supposed to be biased. You're not supposed to be biased in a position of chair. It doesn't matter if you are in the party that is currently in government. It doesn't matter. Right? You can't just be sat there displaying clear bias to the entire fucking country when you're in this position of chair of a select committee. Like, you can't do that. It's nuts. It's nuts. Like, she's not going to be remembered for anything other than this. That's the reality of Emily Thornberry. She's not going to be remembered for anything other than this. I can't. It's beyond words.
Says that he must maintain his clearance. So did mine.
Okay.
That is an absolutely standard stipulation. But nothing about this appointment actually, as far as I've seen in writing, stipulates it. There was then a debate.
This is the thing that she's missing when she says that. She's like, oh, but it's in the employment contract. It's like, no, he was already appointed. He was already in the role. Do you understand what that means when someone is appointed to a role? It means they've started the role. And if he's in the role and it's in his contract that he needs to be vetted before he starts the role, that's a breach of contract. It doesn't change anything.
Between Cabinet Office, FCDO, about how to make sure that he is sent out to post with the appropriate clearance. And that took several days. And a position taken from the Cabinet Office was that there was no need to vet Mandelson. He was a member of the House of Lords. He was a Privy Councillor. The risks that attending his appointment were well known and had been made clear to the Prime Minister before appointment.
There it is. Open and shut. Done. Open and shut. It doesn't get any clearer than that. What would be the benefit for him lying? He's a fucking civil servant who's just lost his job. Thank you for the conservative. Thank you for the 30 consecutive streams watched, Stalker. Well, that's exactly what it is, Weirdo of Oz, yeah. It is not just classism. It is Epstein ruling classism. We don't need to vet him because he's a Lord. He's in the House of Lords. He's already had Lords vetting, right? Which I doubt is very thorough as well. And of course, it's classism because Keir Starmer being appointed to the position of Prime Minister, leadership of the party, completely gutting the left wing of the Labour Party, right? Meant that he would be Prime Minister. He's a literal lord. He's a literal lord. And I think he bought his title as well. I think that's the reality with Mandelson. I think he's one of these peers for paper or whatever the fuck it was called. Paying for peership. Peerage. Payment for peerage. This guy being questioned right now was the fall guy, even though he did nothing wrong. That's exactly what's happening. He's been sacked, even though he was sat there going, hey, this guy's not been vetted. Probably should be vetted. And Keir Starmer was like, nah, mate, because he got me in my job, so I'm going to put him in his job. That's how it works. This is called corruption, baby. No, I don't think we'll be getting a Tory government next. I think the next parliament will be hung at this point. And I don't mean like, for those of you that aren't in Britain, that doesn't mean like with a big cock. It means that it's just not like no one's got a majority. It's not going to be the Tories. The Tories are going to be defeated as a party. They're going to be relegated to the status of the Lib Dems. So is Labour. I think Labour is also going to be relegated to the status of the Lib Dems. Yeah, it's like a hung jury, exactly. Yeah. They would have to do a coalition. Yeah, that's right, Larry. Yeah. Who exactly would be in that coalition is unknown at this point. It's unlikely. Reform and the Conservatives would have to rebuild a few bridges because you've got the Tories there, and lots of Reform MPs came from the Tory government. Like, they defected from the Tory government. They joined Reform. No by-election. They're just still an MP. And that's why Reform have got the seats that they've got. But they aren't doing as well as people are saying that they're doing. You know? Dave mentioned being worried about reform. Yeah. I think, like, it's good to be worried about reform, but I think that the reality is, when you look at, like, the reality on the ground in Britain in terms of, like, what the working class people think about reform in the UK, is that most working class people say that they're going to vote reform because they don't have any alternative. They've not been told about another alternative. They don't know about the Greens, or they still think that the Greens are a joke party that only care about the environment. They haven't been told about the way that their policies have been upgraded since, it's like 2016. They started to get, like, really working class focused and start to develop a more, like, eco-socialist, albeit democratic socialist model. But generally speaking, there just needs to be a lot of organising on the ground for the Greens to actually demonstrate that the Green Party are a legitimate party and actually have the balls to stand up to reform. And not just reform, but the media class in Britain as well. Zach Polanski has done a much better job than Jeremy Corbyn of, like, refuting claims of anti-Semitism and also refuting claims of all kinds of nonsense. Like the thing that they tried to say in Gorton and Denton, which was a key by-election in this country, which is literally in the city that I live in, was that the Greens were going to legalise drugs so that they could, like, sell crack to your babies and stuff. It's like nuts. It's just like nuts 80s stuff that just doesn't work anymore, you know? So there you go. A little bit of a explainer there for the peeps not in the UK. It's unlikely that there's going to be a Reform majority. It's also unlikely that there's going to be a Green majority. It's unlikely that there's going to be, a bunch of, parties majority. There's very little trust in the system and an attitude of they're all the same. People will vote reform as a protest vote. Yeah, when you're seeing these polls that are bigging up reform and making it look like reform are going to get all these seats in the next election, it is literally just like it's a case of people making a protest vote and also reform being given so much media airtime, right? You know, it is racist, Risky Biscuit. Yeah, it absolutely is. Like, the Green Party is, an anti-racist, pro-queer, pro-trans party. It's a progressive party. It's like, it's so progressive compared to literally any other party that has existed. It is the most progressive party in the history of the UK, right? In terms of social issues. And in fact, in terms of, foreign issues as well. The only other parties that I'd say were probably, like, more progressive on, foreign policy are people like the Revolutionary Communist Party, the Socialist Workers' Party, all of these attempts at vanguard parties that have happened in the UK, you know? But sadly, they've been infiltrated to fuck by cops, ruined by wreckers, yada, yada, yada. It's a sad reality of organising in the UK, but that's that. I understand yours better government a bit better being in Canada. Yeah, you got that fucking, colonial government still in charge, right? So it's exactly the same as what was in the UK, you know? UK leftists don't really want to admit how conservative we are culturally. Yeah, absolutely. It's a huge thing. It's a huge fucking thing that people aren't talking about in this country, which is like, there's a lot of people, I've said it on the stream before, I'll say it again, there's a lot of fucking people who call themselves leftists, they go organising and do activism and all this stuff, and they just, like, act like Protestant puritanical fucking preachers, and just, like, I don't know, just like when they encounter a working class person who's got, like, an issue that they have and they mention one thing that's slightly wrong, it's like, we can't organise with them. And there's activists who go to anti-fascist demonstrations and that they think that makes them not racist anymore. And it's like, no, you got to do more work than just go into that kind of a demonstration. You got to actually investigate the way that you're internally racist, you know? In London, we do. It's an England problem that doesn't include us. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Progressive in the streets, Mormon in the sheets. That's how it is, yeah. I was in Cornwall. Apparently it's bad there. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, no, racism is pretty bad in Cornwall. There's a lack of, like, you know, outreach in Cornwall from, like, again, like, a lot of, like, progressive organizing, like, in terms of actual dual power building organizing, like, community organizing in the UK, is limited to big city centres and urban centres like London and Manchester. And Birmingham as well. And you've got a lot in Scotland. Wales is also where it falls down. And then as a result of that, you get these like big funded NGO type organizations like Acorn who have their own internal issues. But these are also a result of being completely infiltrated. It was Obama actually that fucked up Acorn internationally. Completely fucking internationally. Barack Obama... there was a someone in the chat will know what it is, probably Larry or Sophie. He had like an operation that was designed to stop political organizing during his premiership, and he did that. Oh my god, it's like on the tip of my brain, and I can't like quite. Project Veritas, yes, thank you, Atomic. Yes, Project Veritas. And you know, he completely destroyed Acorn in the United States, and then that followed. There were huge shockwaves internationally because Acorn was an international organization, and they're just terrified of being infiltrated. You know what I mean? So they make terrible decisions and are extremely authoritarian to a fault. Like not authoritarian in terms of like. You know, the way that they're run is like a dictatorship of the proletariat. It's like they're authoritarian to a paranoid fault. Like it's pretty depressing, to be honest. But yeah, that is what it is. Anyway, let's carry on for a little bit with this. We're probably not going to watch too much more of it because there's already been enough damning stuff in this. We don't need to take a look at too much more of it, right? But let's watch maybe another 5 minutes or so.
Now, in the end, the FCDO insisted and put its foot down.
Spooky.
I understand my predecessor had to be very firm in person. But that was a live debate at the point of announcement, and I think it's important to make that clear to the committee.
And that, again, should be minuted. Those discussions should have been minuted, and it should be they should be part of the humble address disclosure.
Well, given your absolutely understandable focus on scrupulous accuracy, that's before my time, but I'm sure there will be papers.
Yeah. And who was the debate between? Who in the Cabinet Office? Do you know?
I don't know for sure. The briefing I had on arrival was that there had been a position taken from the Cabinet Office that, as I say, some of Mandelson's status meant that vetting might be unnecessary, and that had been a discussion for several days after the press notice. It had been resolved before Christmas and resolved in the FCDO's favour. And I only mention it, Chair, because I think to say now that it was always clear that his appointment was subject to vetting is something that the committee should consider whether that's something they need to take more evidence on.
So before we move on, then you're not sure who it was in the Cabinet Office, but can I ask this: was it a politician or was it civil servant?
I don't know. I was not in post at the time. All I understand is that there was a live debate, I think at official level, but I couldn't swear to
Okay. So, additional to that, was there other pressure put on you or put on the Foreign Office?
I think throughout January, honestly, my office, the Foreign Secretary's office, were under constant pressure.
There it is. There it is. It's kind of like she gave up, actually. It's kind of like Emily Thornberry realised after those first two admissions. It's like, this is pointless. She was really, like, gearing up for, like, an opportunity to, like, find something and grab onto it. And maybe she does later in the hearing, I don't know, but You know, at this point, she's like, oh, were you under any pressure at the Foreign Office? And then he's just like, yep, constant pressure, bro. Constant pressure to just let the guy in and do what he wants. Wow.
There was an atmosphere of constant chasing. When will this...
Daily phone calls?
I couldn't say for certain daily, but I mean certainly very frequent from private office to private office. Has this been delivered yet? Never any interest, as far as I recall, in whether, but only an interest in when.
So
Wow.
When you say private office to private office, you're saying private office of number 10?
Yes, I am.
And who are we talking about there then? Are we talking about Elsa Tarry?
I'm not going to say, Chair, I may no longer be a civil servant, but I didn't come here today to scapegoat other civil servants. I came here to make sure the committee understood the circumstances.
No, I understand that, but I also want to know who the source of this is. And I want to be able to get as much...
He knows that they're going to try and get another opportunity to sack someone. I love how we all had the conspiracy theory about how they pressure him to not say anything negative, and we didn't consider that they're stupid enough to not let him do this. Yeah, that's right, Hippie Marshmallow. Welcome him. An atmosphere of constant chasing, yeah. It's like... Yeah, she wants someone to blame. That's what she's fishing for. And he made the right decision then to not dob someone else in who might have got in trouble. But it's so clear what's going on. To anyone with half a brain, you know.
Evidence as possible to be able to identify who the source of the pressure was.
She's saying it out loud.
From what you know,
Nuts.
let's see if I can ask you this way. From what you know, what was the source of the pressure?
Well, I've said I think that the vector I was most conscious of was from number 10 private office.
And the number 10 private office is not sort of is a means by which others ensure that things happen. So behind the number 10 private office, who are we talking about putting?
This is nuts. This is fucking nuts. She even tried to look like she was thinking for a bit about a way to say this that isn't give us someone to murder, right? Just like that was the sentence that was in her head. She was like, I need to make it look like I'm not saying that. So
pressure on the Foreign Office via the private office.
Thank you for asking it that way, Chair, because that's the reason I do not want to name other officials in number 10. I think that the private office would only have been feeling this pressure themselves if they were under pressure.
Yes. Did you answer the question?
She didn't want that. She didn't want that. This is as well, right? This is as well. He's basically saying if the person who would have been pressuring the private office is the Prime Minister, right? It's the Prime Minister and people in the cabinet. Who pressures the staff at number 10? So he's basically said they were also under pressure, yeah? And now she's like, no, it probably wasn't, was it? It probably wasn't. You didn't answer the question, did you?
No.
So we do know that Morgan McSweeney was a protégé of Peter Mandelson's, and we know that he was very keen on Peter Mandelson getting the job, and we know that he resigned, saying that it was all his fault, and that he had advised the Prime Minister to appoint Peter Mandelson, and took it on the chin, took the blame. So, was it him?
I'm afraid when I said I don't know, I meant it. I don't know.
Right.
Great answer.
What I do know, which is that the Foreign Office was being chased very frequently, and I don't hold the private secretaries responsible for that.
This is what I mean, chat, when I say that it is so stupid that she is acting this way. And I imagine other people on the committee also end up asking similar questions to this and pressuring him later on in the interview. Like I said, we're not going to watch all of it, but everybody's watching this. Like, everybody's eyes are on this. Like, I know that 47,000 views isn't a lot in the YouTube game, right? But how many of these people are journalists? How many of these people are people who run politics accounts on Twitter, who are clipping this stuff, editing a little video, and going, shock, horror, Emily Thornberry tries to pressure Ollie Robbins into making the wrong, into throwing someone else under the bus. You know, like, are you stupid? Like, I don't, like, is this because they sacked the comms officer? Is this why they don't know that they're making these decisions? Because they threw the comms lead under the bus for this same scandal. And now they don't know how to do comms. They don't know how to do PR because the comms lead was thrown under the bus.
And was there any direct communication between anyone in Number 10 and you?
No.
So there was no one ringing you on your mobile phone or WhatsApping you or sending you any messages?
No.
And your phone is presumably something which has been handed in as part of the humble address and will be able to be investigated?
Certainly will.
I'm just told that once someone has finished being a civil servant, that their phones are wiped and that they're reused. So could you just give us an undertaking to make sure that doesn't happen?
My phone for the relevant period was downloaded before I left government.
Very good. Very good. Okay. So
the live from this channel before this got 4,500 views. The two after got 1,000. And yeah, this isn't the only channel that's doing this. This is the official UK Parliament channel. There's also a Sky News stream. There's also a Mirror stream with 14,000. The Sky News one's got 31,000. Fascinating. And then you've got the emergency debate in the Commons. 3,000 watching live. You know, this is everywhere, man. It's fucking everywhere. Their commas are perfect. All the country needs is Kieth Aura edits. Should we see if he's? Yeah, the commas are perfect. Should we see if he's done another? If he's done another Aura post? Because he did one at the weekend. He did one at the weekend, and we watched that yesterday, and it was very good. No, he's not done any more since then. He's not done any more since then. Have we seen this one? The one where it says, why does he look so familiar? Oh, I don't think we've seen this one. If you've not seen any of these Keir Starmer Aura posts, chatters, prepare to be blown away. Oh no, we have watched this one. We have watched this one. We'll play it again. We'll play it again. Dobbs in the chat for Keir Starmer. What's even better is when you play it with something like this in the background. You know, because the sharks are circling, there's blood in the water. You know, that's the joke. That's what you come here for. That's what you pay for. Please consider subscribing and donating to the djmuel stream. Oh, I'm not even getting to the... There we go. There we go. Yeah, thanks for the applause, chat. That's every single one of you applauding it. The good jokes in the stream, putting in the work all the time, every day. Except for Saturdays, Sundays, and Fridays. Right, let's get back to a bit of this. Have a little bit more of a look at this, and then we'll move on.
It's private office to private office, nobody contacting you directly. But again, as far as you're aware, a record was taken of the contact between private office and private office.
I'm sure there are records of interactions between us. I couldn't swear to what those are or how many of them there are, but you'll have to ask the government that, I'm afraid.
No, but if it's a private office, it's your private.
This guy is so civil servant coded, isn't he? He's just like, I am a stickler for detail and process. She is trying to get a gotcha, yeah.
Office. And so number 10 is contacting your private office, and your officials are telling you, we've had another phone call, we've had, in what other way were you getting pressure?
I'm talking, Chair, remember, I'm talking about the whole of January here,
Yes.
the first 3 weeks of which I was not in post.
Well, were you actually in the Foreign Office, even though you weren't in post?
I had a handover week, the week before I took up the position,
Right.
where Philip told me a bit about the job, and I sat in a room some distant from his and read a lot of papers.
Did he tell you that you were going to get a lot of pressure?
He described to me the steps and the atmosphere that I've described to you.
Yes. Okay. So during the 2 weeks in January that your office is getting pressure, we've heard about phone calls. What else is there? Are there emails as well?
I don't think so. And this is I think the natural thing in many ways, which is that a private secretary wanting to know what's going on, feeling under pressure themselves to deliver, is ringing up and saying, where are we on this? Can we make it happen? Can you deliver? Get on with it.
Yeah. I mean, it's right, isn't it,
That's crazy,
there should
man.
be official records kept accurately, and information should be handled as openly as possible within the legal framework according to the code. So there should be a record of all the phone calls that are made.
I think if the modern civil servant made a record of every phone call that they received, they would do nothing else, Chair. So I doubt there's a record of every phone call. I'm sure there is a trail that explains that there was a regular contact.
I thought that genuinely civil servants couldn't buy a cup of coffee without making a record of it.
I don't seem to.
It's absurd that she is making jokes like that in this fucking scenario, man. He's just said to you, you'll be able to find out. He's just said, my whole phone was downloaded before I left the post last Thursday. You'll find out. You'll find out when they look at the phone records. His phone's been downloaded. There you go. But this is the thing. It's like she's wanting him to say something that's going to incriminate somebody else, but he's not going to do it because he's smart and he knows what the game is.
To be able to buy a coffee without someone following me down the road, Chair. So
Yeah, it'll pass. But seriously, it is part of the code, isn't it, to keep accurate official records and handle information as openly as possible within the legal framework. It's a really important part of this to keep records. And I hear what you say, not every phone call, but phone calls from number 10 saying, get on with it. We want to appoint Peter Mandelson as ambassador to the United States is an important phone call, even if it does happen every day.
It is, but if it's not telling the department anything new, then there might be.
Spaceman Sador, that's so telling, isn't it? That people unfamiliar with British politics are looking at Emily Thornberry. Yeah? Emily Thornberry. Should we have a look at a bit of the history about Emily Thornberry? Emily Thornberry. How long has she been an MP? Islington South and Finsbury since 2005. Yeah? She was appointed Shadow Minister of State for Employment under Jeremy Corbyn's government. She's been a Labour politician for 21 years in post as MP. And there are people who aren't familiar with British politics, who hear the way she speaks, the condescending manner in which she, addresses this civil servant and goes, is she a Tory? It's very, very telling, isn't it? Yeah, that's where we are down the road. Yeah. Anyway, welcome in, Spaceman Sador. A valid question, by the way. I'm not talking down to you in any way. Like, it's a completely valid question. Obviously, highlighting the fact that, you know, what's the difference at this point?
No need to record it each time.
She's been so condescending. She's telling the civil servant what his job is. Yeah, mad.
The need to record it is to show the extent of pressure that the Foreign Office was being put under by Number 10.
Well, as I say, I think that when you take evidence from the government, they will be able to describe that period to you. And I've tried to do my best to do so when I was only in post for 1 week of January.
Okay. Can I ask you this? So let's move on to the 28th of January, when UKSV recommended that developed vetting be denied, and that Peter Mandelson, they identified, was he was a man of high concern.
It's crazy. She was stumbling so much over that because it's like she doesn't want to admit it. You know what I mean? She's lying to herself. She's sold her entire politics down the river for this horrific government that have done way more austerity, way more deportations, way more attacks on social rights, particularly of trans people, way more attacks on disabled people, way more attacks on welfare than the Tory government. And she's sat there and she's trying to fucking lie to herself and be like, she's reading it in black and white. The UK security vetting said that he was a man of high concern. You know, it's like dissonance, the total dissonance. It's just utter traitor.
You recognise those two phrases as being applied to Peter Mandelson?
I don't actually, Chair, but we can come on to that in a second.
Okay. Well, we understand that those two things were what UKSV concluded about Peter Mandelson. Now, any questions I ask you about this now are not to be interpreted as questions about what is the content of that vetting. Right? I don't want to hear about what was in it. I want to know what happened as a result. But what I want to ask you is, you had a meeting.
I don't want to know what's in it. Why not? That's what everybody was asking in Parliament yesterday. The job of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, right, or whatever the fuck the name of this thing is to answer the questions posed by Parliament, by members of Parliament, in the address yesterday, or when questions are raised about this thing in Parliament in general. Or, you know, even if in private there are questions raised about this stuff, you have to find these answers out, right? That's what it's about. It's about holding Parliament and government to account. People want to know what the content of the vetting was. They want to know why he failed vetting. And isn't it interesting, chat, that she doesn't want to hear what that is? Isn't it interesting?
Director of Security.
It's as if she sees the civil servant as a lesser than her in some kind of class hierarchy. This is very, very normal. Extremely normal. This is a culture that has existed in the UK government for fucking decades, ever since the civil service began. You know?
Ian Collard, and I understand that you're saying that he presented you with the findings. You didn't actually read them yourself.
That's correct, Chair. Perhaps I could describe this meeting to you if that would help.
And again, is there a note of it?
Hey, Johnny, what's up?
There's a note of the decision. The meeting itself, of course, involved the team describing to me some of the issues and the way in which they proposed to manage them. It wouldn't have been appropriate to record that in detail. The decision of what we agreed we would do and the ways in which we would manage it is recorded and is available in the Foreign Office.
And that record is part of, if I can call it, a DV bundle. So there's the UKSV paperwork, and then there's paperwork from the Foreign Office, and so those two, there's a part 1 and part 2, and so it's part of that bundle, but it isn't, the record that you're talking about is not a freestanding document.
I think I know what you're driving at, but may I describe this in my own words, Chair? That there has been a good deal of misunderstanding about this process, if I may say so. For the Foreign Office and for several other departments, UKSV does not fail a candidate. Nor does the department, no I know, and apologies Chair, but others have. And nor does the Foreign Office overrule UKSV. The relationship between the two is set out in guidance and has been set out to this committee and in Parliament. And so the outcome of the vetting process is what is decided by the Foreign Office on the basis of the UKSV findings and our own assessment of the risk and whether we can manage them. And so what the meeting I had with the director on the 29th of January, it was an oral briefing. No documents were presented to me, nor did I particularly expect them to be. I have never seen a UKSV document.
No, chair is a gender-neutral term for chairman. So Emily Thornberry is the chairperson of the board. Chairperson is just a bit of a unwieldy word to say. Yeah, it's like head of the committee or something. A parliament member is literally member of parliament. That's what that is, yeah.
I was briefed that UKSV considered Mandelson a borderline case and that they were leaning towards recommending that clearance be denied, but that the Foreign Office's Security Department assessed that the risks identified as of highest concern by UKSV could be managed and or mitigated. I was also told that the risks did not relate to Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, and that I was told that UKSV acknowledged, I don't know in what way, but acknowledged that the Foreign Office might wish to grant clearance with appropriate risk management. So we talked about what that appropriate risk management might be, and the grant of clearance, the record of that decision, internal, records the grant of clearance and also the mitigations.
I don't really...
So what I'm getting from that is that UKSV were like, shouldn't give this guy clearance. Foreign Office was like, let's have a look at that. Okay. And then the pressure being put on the Foreign Office meant that they were trying to find a way to manage the risks of letting him in, because Starmer was desperate for him to be put in the position, right? The Foreign Office was like, Starmer wants this to happen. He's going to make it happen. He's going to force us to do it. What else can we do? Well, we'll have to manage the risk of him potentially being in that position, right? But what are the risks of him being in that position? The risks of him being in that position is a massive national security risk. And that's not even to do with his relationship to Jeffrey Epstein. That's to do with, the other stuff that UKSV have been talking about, which he was part of a lobby group for other countries. You just can't be an ambassador for that when you've held those kinds of roles. The civil service do what the politicians tell them, yeah. Hey, Vaughn, welcome in.
We follow why you wouldn't know the contents of the UKSV and their concerns, or even that they had said that there was high concern about Peter Mandelson. If you can, I don't understand how you can not know that if you are considering what the mitigations are. You can't have the mitigations without knowing what the problem is.
The risks were explained to me, but I have not seen the underlying documentation. That's what I'm saying, Chair.
So
perhaps, that obviously strikes members of the committee as...
Hey, Audra, how's it going? Everybody, please go show some love to Audra Rains, an incredible streamer that you will enjoy very much. How are you doing? It's good to see you. She reminds me of women in Texas. What, racist? Yeah. Hey, Soul Chicken, how you doing? This whole thing was a fantastic watch after what we watched yesterday. Well, yeah, because, yesterday for 4 hours, we listened to Keir Starmer again and again going, I was not told. I didn't know, and I was not told. And then, this guy is sat here going like, yeah, number 10 was pressuring us loads to give him clearance. Conference, he was told. He was indeed told. Ninja Can, thank you so much for the 3 consecutive streams watched. No, I appreciate that, Audrey. Sir, I didn't know anything. An older boy made me do it, sir.
In the meantime, thanks, Ants. Thanks.
Spaceman Sino, thank you for the 200 bits. Thank you very much.
Sir Keir.
Sir Keir. This fellow literally demolished the entire premise of Keith's defense. Apparently, there's no way anyone could overrule him. That's exactly what he's saying. It's just mad. It's completely mad. We've watched a bit more than 5 minutes, but I just want to hear some of the rest of this. Let's have a look. Let's see what's going on. Ninja Can says, so like, is it a rule that you get banned for calling someone a liar, but not for describing them doing the act of lying? What was that about? Yes, you're right, Ninja Can. That's what that was. But what you've also got to remember is that what was on display last night was very clearly misogynoir, right? I know that Zara Sultana is not black, but she is a woman of South Asian descent. She's a racialized brown woman in the UK, and she called Kieth Starmer a liar, and on top of the fact that Lee Anderson, a white man, said that he was a liar as well, and he was very politely asked if he would like to rescind the comment. Would the honourable member like to rescind his comment? No, you'll have to leave. Right, very cordial, and then as soon as it's a brown woman, right, the difference is night and day. No pun intended, obviously. It's night and day. Like, the losing his mind, spitting, like fucking vein popping out of his head. How dare you say that? Are you going to leave? I'll read your name out. I'll read your name out. I don't want to do it. I'll read your name out. And then he did it, and then it was like, basically, reading her name out means to ban her, right? To open it up to the floor to ban her. And then, of course, because the entirety of Parliament is made up of fucking fash, they all banned her, right? They said, aye, don't ask where he went on holiday in 2024. The thing is, about the state of Israel is, I love it, and I think genocide's mint. Thing about me, Speaker of the House, Lindsay Oil, is I love Israel, and it's mint. And I think more genocide should happen, and apartheid is just a silly word. But in fact, if it is real, it's good, and it should happen. So that's what was going on there, Ninja Can. if you understand what I mean through that sort of bit of a performance there. And hi, Star Spangle. What's good? Good to see you. It's misogynoir. It's absolutely clear as day. Misogynoir. You'd be baffling the non-UK chatters. Well, that's why I'm trying to be a bit graceful and like explain things in a bit more of a in a bit more of a detailed way, rather than just doing Lindsay Hoyle accent.
Odd, but
well, yes.
In all my years as a civil servant, many of them as a relatively senior one, I have never seen a UKSV document, other than the ones I filled in myself. And that doesn't surprise me. The government makes very clear in public guidance that for anybody...
By the way, chat, don't forget, £25 donated every stream means that the Melpet cam gets unlocked. And this is what you could be seeing. Yeah, there he is. Being very cute. He's been groomed today, haven't you? Got a big brush from your dad. And you love it, don't you? Yes, you're a good boy. You're a very good boy. You could be seeing that, but you're not, because I've not had £25. So please consider donating either that or 10 subs. And then we'll unlock the cat cam.
To be briefed outside the vetting security process, for anybody to be briefed on the information into or findings of a UKSV process has to be for, I think I quote, wholly exceptional circumstances.
And this is a wholly exceptional circumstance, surely?
No. What I was told was absolutely within normal parameters of a set of findings from UKSV and the department assessing those. They were issues that the department felt it had long experience and deep capability of assessing and coming up with a plan for how those could be managed and clearance granted. That that is not unusual in this process, Chair. It was unusual, I admit, that I was briefed on it. I wasn't surprised to be briefed on it given the prominence and the profile of the case. But the underlying interaction between UKSV and the Foreign Office and the decision-making process was entirely standard.
When you were given...
Do you know what else is unusual, chat? Do you know what else is unusual? I think I'm gonna make it my £5 dono alert noise. Yeah, I think so, Sorka. I think it's gonna be my £5 dono alert noise. It's so good. Fucking meep. Oh God.
Your oral briefing, you claim that you were given the impression that Peter Mandelson was a borderline case.
Why did he do that? Because a black woman asked him a question. Queen of the house, mother of the house, Diane Abbott asked him a question, and she was raging. By the way, you could see it. She was literally like shaking because she was so fucking mad at him, like understandably. Spooky Wildin'!
Give me that MELPERT.
Thank you so much for the £25. Appreciate that. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. You're a legend. Here's Melpit for everybody. There you go. And you know, Diane Abbott, even though she was clearly like absolutely mad at him, you know, understandably, completely reasonable to be, you know, emotionally involved in something like this, especially considering the way that she's been treated in the Labour Party, you know, the racism, literally the misogynoir, you know, that was exposed by the Ford report, you know, which is why she's now an independent. And she was very restrained as well in the way that she dealt with it. She was totally reasonable, totally just said, look, you know, why didn't he ask any questions about this? You know, Keir Starmer's saying that he didn't know about this stuff and he wasn't told. You know, essentially, she said, why is the Prime Minister incapable of agency? Right? And we actually missed this, right? We actually missed Jeremy Corbyn backed her up. We didn't see Corbyn's message, but Jeremy Corbyn later on referred to it and said, yeah, I just want to echo the honourable member down there from Hackney and Stoke Newington. Is that a constituency? She asked you a question before and you didn't answer it. Why didn't you ask any questions? But when she said that, when she said, like, why doesn't the Prime Minister have any agency? That's how he responded, because he was so shook by it. He was so... She turned him into Roadrunner. She's laughing. She like laughs and shakes her head. She's like, what are you doing? It's so good. Oh, mate. What a day. What a fucking day yesterday was. If it's slowed down and replayed 20 times, it's going to sound like the Zora King when he slides to let you through to Jabu Jabu. Yeah, absolutely.
Not a case of high concern, or one that was whereby the UKSV was recommending denial of vetting.
He's not got any agency on account of him being a Muppet.
I was told, let me be
exactly
completely precise, I was told, I think, that UKSV were leaning towards recommending against, but accepted it was a borderline case.
Okay.
And I think it's important to say this, when we're dealing with documents and releases of documents, inevitably things look quite black and white. My understanding is, you know, the personnel security team in the Foreign Office and the vetting team in UKSV are interacting about literally hundreds of DV cases a day. We are a DV by default department, as you know, Chair. That means we have thousands of people who hold DV in the Foreign Office, many of whom are renewing their DV, new people arriving requiring DV. We are one of the biggest customers for DV services.
And I hear you, I understand this, but this really was exceptional. I mean, there isn't any other DV case where you were getting daily phone calls from number 10. I mean, this was different. You were being put under pressure. And I just find it, if you don't mind me saying, remarkable that you got completely a different view of what UKSV were saying about this than that which I understand is written down.
And the thing that she understands that is written down is the line that has been given to her by number 10. That's the difference with that. And I wonder how he's going to respond to this.
Well, I respectfully, I disagree, Chair. The department's security team are extremely professional, experienced people. They have a live dialogue with UKSV. The risks that were identified were ones that they felt they understood well and could manage.
Okay. Was there anything in the DV that was not already in the public realm? Was there anything that had been identified that we didn't already know, all of us?
As I wrote to you this morning, Chair, and I'm sorry if this begins to come back to your opening remarks, but I may no longer be an official, but I don't think I can open that box. This system absolutely depends on candidates for vetting knowing that the government will completely respect the confidences that they share.
Yeah, no. So don't tell me. Okay. So if there was anything that wasn't already in the public realm, just tell me that there was something that wasn't already in the public realm. Don't tell me what it was. Just tell me, oh, yeah, there was something else, but sorry, can't tell you.
I'm afraid I'm not prepared to do that, Chair.
You can't just tell him to say what you want. That's mad, bro. That's fucking mad. All right, I've seen enough of this. I've seen enough of that. Utter shit show. There it is, chat. Clearly on display for everybody to see. And it wasn't just a leading question. That was like, say what I want you to say. I'm telling you what to say. Like, open and shut. You know what I mean? Can you play it again for Joe? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll play that again for people who weren't listening. Like, this is utterly batty. Like an utterly deranged thing for Emily Thornberry to try and say here. Just listen to what she says, right? He's saying, we have an open dialogue with the DV and, with UKSV, sorry, and, I'm not willing to disclose the stuff that was in the security vetting information as to what the risks were if we were to hire Mandelson, but the people who granted clearance thought that there was a way to manage and mitigate those risks. And then this is what she says.
Completely respect the confidences that they share.
Yeah, no. So don't tell me. Okay. So if there was anything that wasn't already in the public realm, just tell me.
So the stuff that isn't in the public realm, right? So like stuff about not stuff to do with Epstein. That's what she's saying.
That the government will completely respect the confidences that they share.
Yeah, no. So don't tell me. Okay. So if there was anything that wasn't already in the public realm, just tell me that there was something that wasn't already in the public realm. Don't tell me what it was. Just tell me, oh, yeah, there was something else, but sorry, can't tell you.
I'm afraid I'm not prepared to do that, Chair. What that
Mate, what? I thought we just watched Meet Meep. We can watch Meet Meep as many times as you like. I'm not bothered about that. Here's what I'd say in answer to that question. Prime Minister, what do you say to the fact that you have been exposed? Your cheeks are out. You've been caught with your pants down. You've got pudding all down you. Any comments, sir? That's what he says. That's what he says. All right. Utter corruption. Completely unbelievable. Tell me that you know something about it, but don't tell me. I promise you won't get in trouble. It's mad. It's absolutely mad. Absolutely mad. All right, chat. We're on to the topic that we didn't get to cover yesterday. which is updates on Iran, updates on the war in the Swana region, not just on Iran, but also involving Hezbollah, Ansar Allah, and of course, the fascist Zionist entity known as Israel. Let's start off with a little look at some oil prices. And I think you'll find, chat, that there is some information that I'm going to start with that has yet again vindicated the djmuel stream. I'm going to send you this in a message before, chat, Soph. But let's have a little look at this. First of all, got a little bit of a shock in prices. So here it was when the ceasefire was announced. Or it wasn't when the ceasefire was announced. The ceasefire was actually it's actually mad that the ceasefire was announced like here. Actually, yeah. So that was the ceasefire announcement, and then obviously it's been jumping up and down depending on what the president says. And we had a big crater the other day when he was saying Iran has opened the Strait of Hormuz. They've done it because we told them to. That's how it works. And it just went fucking drop right down on April the 17th. Now that's the point that I want you to all focus on for this next bit. So, little bit of a finance sicko bro insider trading news going on here. So I don't know who this guy is, Merlin the trader, but he's got receipts here, right? So Trump's insider, this guy is talking about this as if it's something that the trading community on the internet already know about. So this was posted on April the 13th. Trump's insider just opened another $17 million oil short right before US-Iran negotiations. 10 trades, 10 wins, 100% win rate. This isn't luck. This isn't skill. Someone is in a very important room and they picked up the phone. The game is rigged. Let's have a look at what he's saying. So this person is taking a look. So apparently this is this one trader. And there's a bunch of shorts that are being purchased in various different cryptocurrencies. And is there a date on here so that we can confirm this as well? I don't think there is. But it doesn't really matter because this isn't just something that's in posting. But I just want everybody to hold on to this bit of information for the time being. You know, I'm obviously not sat here being like, this is definitive proof, because this is, of course, just a finance bro on Twitter, right? Some day trader or whatever. And then he's also saying again, the Trump insider is already up $1 million on his oil short. 10 trades became 11. 10 wins became 11. 100% win rate, unchanged. It's not coincidence. It's a pattern that can be that cannot be explained by skill alone. I mean, of course, like this guy's a finance sicko, so he's talking about it as if it's a skill. It's not a skill if you know how to play the markets. But it is true. Trump is probably telling his mates, right? Trump is probably telling his mates, you should buy oil stocks tomorrow. You should buy oil shorts tomorrow. You should buy oil stocks tomorrow, right? It's so clear that is what's happening when it comes to these announcements about the war. Stock market update. Let's have a look. I think I've got this on 6-month performance. I think that the markets are recovering a little bit since the ceasefire. They seem to be recovering quite remarkably, actually. Although a weak performance doesn't seem to show that much of a recovery compared to, like, oh no, things have gone very bad in the last 24 hours. The month performance seems quite good, but obviously things are going quite bad today. So, where are we up to? What is going on? We've got Syed Mohammed Morandi in here. Oh, there was a date on that last video. It's on the second to last comment. Sorry, I didn't see it. Didn't they have to send out an internal memo telling White House staff not to gamble on insider knowledge a couple of weeks ago? Yeah, but you see, the thing is, what you do with that, Spooky Wildling, is you send out that memo, and what you do is you go, hey, here's that memo. And that's how people know to really pay attention to the memo. Hey, you better not do any insider knowledge trading over the next few weeks. You know, look how accountable and transparent we are. Hey, by any means necessary, how's it going? Okay, we got Syed Mohammed Marandi here, who has a significant amount of inside knowledge of the Iranian government. He's, you know, a person that often speaks on behalf of the government, you know, talks about government policy, etc., etc. And here he is talking about, on the 16th of April, the day before these, I think this was before the Lebanon ceasefire was announced, right? So there was the ceasefire in Lebanon, right? He said, I've learned after Netanyahu did not adhere to the ceasefire agreement last night, Iran told the US that if a ceasefire in Lebanon were not swiftly announced, Iran would attack the Israeli regime. This increased pressure and helped lead to the ceasefire announcement. Is it true? It's possible. What other reason would Trump have to, you know, get Israel to adhere to the ceasefire? Why is everything so expensive in this channel? So that you don't drown me. Hey, RTE clearance. Yeah, also inflation. Stagflation in the djmuel stream. Let's have a little look at this video. This was a report by Al Jazeera talking about, yes, of course, as soon as I say that, everybody starts fucking doing hydrations. Thank you very much. Thank you for trying to drown me, chat. All right, here's an Al Jazeera report talking about the Lebanon truce. Let's hear what they are saying about it. I'll get the window size right. Just give me a second. So this was them reporting this Lebanon truce at 21 GMT. Let's have a little look at this and what they were saying.
This now to Nida Ibrahim. She's following developments from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank.
Quality stream. Thank you, Richard.
Nida, as I'm saying this, already international...
He says while drinking from a vase. What do you mean? This is a literally a normal sized pint glass. It's a bit dirty. I don't want you to look at it. I'm actually going to go and change the glass. Hang on a minute.
Welcoming of this ceasefire coming in, but have we had it confirmed by the Israelis themselves as well yet?
Not publicly yet. We are expecting a statement from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu within the hour to see how he's going to try to sell this to his audience. We were waiting yesterday for the results.
Normal sized glass. Literally, look at my hands. Right? For scale, because obviously it's distorted by the camera. This is how cameras work. Yeah, depth of field and whatnot. And, you know, that's me hand. It's as big as me head. Yeah, normal. Very normal.
Security Cabinet's meeting, but that meeting has ended. And today the announcement came from President Donald Trump.
We know you have giant yowie hands.
Of Netanyahu, who was convening with his security cabinet. Now, later news have explained that that meeting was not meant to vote on the ceasefire, but rather just inform and brief the ministers about the results that have been reached. According to media leaks, Netanyahu told his ministers that the U.S. is important. We are friends with the U.S., so indeed we had to respond to Trump's pressure. But that goes against everything Netanyahu has been wanting to do since this round of battle started with Hezbollah. He first wanted to separate the two fronts, the front with Iran and the front with Lebanon, saying that the fight with Lebanon will continue even if the ceasefire was reached with Iran. As we see now, he couldn't accomplish that. He couldn't also create major damage that could affect Hezbollah's capability. And indeed, we've been hearing from military officials.
Melpert is extremely fed up with the state of affairs in the Middle East.
The power and the capabilities of Hezbollah before the war. They were surprised with the ability of the party to send rockets, including far-ranging ones that were able to go as far as central Israel in Beit Shemesh. That's an area very close to Jerusalem, known to have military sites and strategic assets. And all of that.
Cup of coffee in Manchester is about £4.50. £3.50, £4.50.
Their government's ability to stop the threats that are coming from Hezbollah. And everything that Netanyahu has promised his people, he has not been able to achieve. When we talk about the goals with the war
this is
with
true.
Iran, the goals of the war there, he included the toppling of the regime, the dismantling of the government there. That's something he could not achieve. Also, the threat of Hezbollah, he could not diminish that. And it seems that Israel wants to dwell on the talks that were had in DC to try and put that responsibility on the shoulders of the Lebanese government and the Lebanese army to have them disarm Hezbollah. And we've heard these threats coming in from several Israeli ministers to the Lebanese government saying that if they don't disarm the group, that they will face a heavy price. Now Israel seems to be betting on that, as well as saying that the Israeli troops are not going to withdraw from the locations they've occupied since this round of battle. We know before that, the Israelis have been stationing in 5 different locations in southern.
Israelis? Not withdrawing from an invasion? My Israel that I know. I'm shocked.
In Lebanon, and then they started expanding their presence, saying that they need to occupy more lands to ensure more security. Now, this issue is one.
We need to attack and invade in order to defend. Attack and invade for more security. We should be belligerent and attack and invade surrounding countries. That'll get us more security, right? That'll get us more security. If we attack and invade everyone around us, it will make us more secure. I'm very smart.
Way Netanyahu is trying to show strength and to show that he is taking matters into his own hands. Yes, Trump may have announced the ceasefire opposite to what Netanyahu wants, but at least he's keeping the troops where they are. He will try.
But she's exactly right in saying this, right? She's exactly right in saying this because this is exactly what the Israeli line is all about, right? They simultaneously love to say things like, we're in charge of our own destiny. We're able to carry out these attacks and we're able to sustain a proper war. We're a proper country. We can have wars. We can fight wars. And it'll help us get, more autonomy in the region and shit like that, right? And then we'll also say things like, Israel is a tiny nation. It's a tiny nation. We're no threat to anybody. We're a tiny nation. Hey, Nazli, how's it going?
Minimize the pressure that is coming in now, not just from the opposition.
Well, thank you for the 60 consecutive streams watched.
Every time Netanyahu fails to meet his promises when it comes to regional issues, but also from the communities in northern Israel who say that they're just waiting for the next round of battle, that they did not achieve or get closer to being more safe, more secure.
Yeah, by that logic, Lebanon should have invaded Israel, right?
Rockets. So
for more security assurances.
Put more pressure on Netanyahu, and it's interesting to see in the next hour how he's going to try to spin it and to show that he achieved a lot in Lebanon despite the reality on the ground saying otherwise.
Okay, and that's Nida Ibrahim for us reporting live.
Okay. What's next?
Thousands of American soldiers.
Okay. Trump says he'll permanently open the Strait of Hormuz and do it for China. This was a report that came out almost a week ago. At this point, is Channel 4 talking about how Trump was saying that he was going to do this for China. So let's have a quick look at this and see if we can learn anything. You know, it's important for us to be aware of all the facts in this misinformation-ridden environment. So let's take a look at this report on this. This is from Channel 4.
Aboard this warship, the USS George H.W. Bush, slowly making its way to the Middle East, attempting to up pressure on Iran, alongside the US.
Do they just stand on the edge like that the whole time?
Hormuz, as Donald Trump scrambles for an off-ramp, insisting to Fox News that he's close.
And I think it can be over very soon.
The president also addressed global relationships. China.
I love how, like, while they're having this... they're having this conversation, and they got the ticker in the right-hand corner that's, like, increasing, you know?
With Iran, and his with President Xi Jinping.
He's somebody I get along with very well. He just wrote me a beautiful letter.
He wrote you a letter?
Yeah, he did. He responded to a letter that I wrote because I had heard that China is giving weapons to, I mean, you're seeing it all over the place, to Iran, that China's
Did he
giving
say he's
weapons.
giving them?
Yeah, and I wrote him a letter asking him not to do that.
Do you think the USS George H.W. Bush will try and secretly sell Iran some missiles while it's there? Yes, that's a very good reference. Nice reference. Designers think that the Israelites of millennia ago look like modern Ashkenazim. They probably do. They probably do. Yeah.
Letter saying that essentially he's not doing that.
Then the president wrote on Truth Social, China is very happy that I'm permanently opening the Strait of Hormuz. I'm doing it for them also and the world. He then said President Xi will give me a big fat hug when I...
President Xi will give me a big fat hug when I get there in a few weeks. Why is he getting so horny? I fucking hate this, man.
...get there in a few weeks. Xi Jinping, due to meet Trump in Beijing next month, did give one world leader a big fat hug back in 2024. Vladimir.
It's not really a fat hug, it's just kind of like a cordial hug.
This time with Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, were back in the Chinese capital today, and they weren't the only ones courting China. Yesterday, President Xi welcomed the Spanish PM, saying they both wanted to stand on the right side of history. And then came a delegation from the UAE with...
Wow, what's that? What's that? The UAE are having talks with China? How interesting.
Xi saying human society faced a choice between peace and war. Trump's claim...
Trump wishing he had more time with men when he was younger, yeah.
Doesn't chime with this.
Turn around and prepare to be boarded. If you do not comply with this blockade, we will use force.
The US military ordering ships to comply with its blockade, saying none have passed through in 48 hours. The president insists this is how he will achieve peace with Iran in a war that has seen his temper rise, lashing out at NATO.
They weren't there for us.
Spain.
Spain has been terrible.
And then...
South Korea didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Australia didn't help us.
Australia!
Japan.
Oh, and the Pope.
I think he's very weak on crime.
But still, no one gets quite as much flack as Keir Starmer, with Trump telling Sky News he could still change the UK's trade deal.
I mean, it's because he thinks that the UK... He thinks Starmer is a loser. Right, it's so clear to anyone who has an ounce of understanding of the UK's actual position in the war, in that we are allowing US bases to be used on our soil. We are also sending assets to the region that are doing spy flights over Lebanon for Israel. And they are also providing air support to the United States, right? That's what we're doing, but have not committed to a full-throated violation of Iranian airspace or a full-throated attack on Lebanon or a full-throated attack. You know, it's a half-assed participation in the war, right? And that's why Keir Starmer is getting so much flack, because he's being a coward, right? He's being a coward. He's saying, no, we're not involved in the war. And Trump is like, well, you are a bit, but you should be more involved. You're a fucking loser. And the reason why he gets the most flack, and, you know, Georgia Maloney doesn't actually get that much flack, or Pedro Sanchez doesn't get that much flack, is because they've taken strong positions. And Trump actually respects that, right? You know, he will be like, calling him names and shit like that, but he won't be going as hard because he doesn't see these people that have taken these strong positions as losers. And he's aura farmed the bombing like a yank. Yes, he has. Absolutely. Yeah, shit or get off the pot. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. And also, it's their special relationship.
Surely the Prime Minister can't send our king to meet a man who treats our country like a mafia boss running a protection racket.
Rare Ed Davy Dub.
My position on the Iran war has been clear from the start. We're not going to get dragged into this war. It is not our war. And a lot of pressure has been applied to me to take a different course. And that pressure included what happened last night. I'm not going to change my mind. I'm not going to yield.
Meanwhile, the Chancellor did not hold back in Washington, D.C. today, suggesting Trump should have stuck with diplomacy and never started the war.
There was a diplomatic channel open. Conversations, there's discussions, formal discussions were happening. I think it was a mistake to end those and to enter into conflict, because I'm not convinced that we are safer today than we were a few weeks ago.
Rachel Reeves said...
Rachel Reeves often does this stuff when she's like not around Keir Starmer. She will often be like, here's the diplomacy that everyone wants to hear. I actually disagree with Keir Starmer. I think that Keir Starmer's making a bit of a wet willy decision. And the Trump administration should have been doing more diplomacy. And it's like, oh, it's just completely wet. It's wetter than a fucking wet sack of coriander.
The economic impacts on Britain have been huge, and America's objectives unclear.
We had the waterway open a few weeks ago. So if now the objective is to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, well, it was open at the beginning of this conflict. And that's what I mean.
He's right.
Being clear about what the objectives of this conflict
Let me be very clear.
Meanwhile, Pakistan's army chief greeted Iran's foreign minister.
Surprise leadership bid? There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. I can't imagine Rachel Reeves going for that. That would be interesting, but maybe, I don't know, you could be right. You could be right. They're calling him extremely clear Keir.
In Tehran, carrying a message from the US. A flurry of diplomatic activity, but will this end soon?
You know, normally over the past 20 years, I've listened to British politicians speaking very carefully, especially when it comes to the US. They always choose their language carefully, but not anymore. What we're seeing now is a sea change, not only from Trump to the UK, but listening to Rachel Reeves today. That was a chancellor who had really lost her temper when it comes to the economic impact this is happening back in the UK, and was willing to speak out about it. Meanwhile, here in the US, Caroline...
Pocket-sized Keir Starmer, I hear you say. A pocket-sized Keir Starmer. Is that what you're interested in? Well, guess what? The djmuel industrial complex caters for everybody. Because this is what I've been doing on my gaming stream, on my gaming channel, yeah? You could go and follow there. It's in the chat. Here's Nigel Farage, pocket-sized Nigel Farage, having a chat with pocket-sized Keir.
About small boat crossings. I have a question for you, Nige. If you had to choose between small boat crossings and the globalist agenda, which would you pick?
That's a tough choice for Nigel.
I guess I'd pick small boat crossings. Really? In that case, we're going to get along like two peas in a suitcase.
Two peas in a briefcase.
Let's be friends.
I mean, this is just true. This is the reality of it. They would get on if it weren't for the theatrics of establishment politics in Britain. But there you go. Follow the gaming channel. If you want to catch the VODs for those streams, there they are right there. I've made some amazing additions to the island over the last couple of days. This morning and last night, I've added a bunch of new characters. So if you want to find out what new characters are on the island, you can see them. There's just one little teaser I'll give you for what one of those characters might be. and it's this. So you know that that's there, and you could decide what that is on your own. And you can come to the stream on Friday, which is probably when I'm going to stream some more of that. So anyway, let's carry on with the news. Just thought I'd get a little plug in there for the gaming streams, because everyone seems to be enjoying Tomodachi Life, but actually it's political. We're carrying the flame, yeah.
Levitt, Donald Trump's press secretary, was talking up diplomacy, praising the role of the Pakistanis in all of this, but there isn't very diplomatic language. They've gone from Operation Epic Fury to what they're calling Operation Economic Fury, and the Iranians are threatening to retaliate.
Also, hi, Magic Dealer. And hello back to Paf.
Well, earlier I spoke to John Bolton, who served as the US National Security Advisor in Trump's first term, but has more recently been defending himself against charges of mishandling classified documents in a case that's been widely seen as part of a crackdown on Trump critics. I asked him what he thought Donald Trump's Truth Social media post about reopening the Strait of Hormuz permanently actually meant.
I think he has been trying, and the Gulf Arab states have been trying to put pressure on China to tell Tehran that they need to stop trying to halt everybody else's traffic out of the Gulf. And it may be that China's made some progress on that point, but
absurd, an absolutely absurd opinion from a completely irrelevant old man who has not got his finger on the pulse of anything that's happening. China has not made any progress on that point because China knows that if Iran continues to blockade the strait, it will have no issue getting its oil out of Iran. It still won't have any issue getting its oil out of Iran. That's the reality of it. So, utterly absurd, completely out of the picture nonsense.
I think the U.S. blockade against Iran has to maintain for at least several more weeks, because I think fundamentally we need to clear the Iranian threat militarily.
Well, also that's a completely absurd position to take. He looks like he's taking colloidal silver. He actually does, doesn't he? He's looking blue as fuck. And it looks like it might not even be the color balance of the white balance of the zoom camera, because you can very clearly see the red here on the American flag. You can very clearly see the red here, and you know these all look like a normal color. This motherfucker's looking blue dabba dee dabba die.
Fundamentally, we need to clear the Iranian.
But also, this is another absurd position, because he's talking about, oh yeah, well, they need to open up the strait, but the US blockade of the strait needs to continue for several more weeks. What are you on about, bro?
Threat militarily.
Nonsense.
It's disastrous for the rest of the world, though, isn't it?
It's not the American blockade that's the problem for everybody else. It's
yes, it is.
Iranian blockade.
Yes, it is, because if the UK wanted to do a deal with Iran where they were getting Iranian oil, they could do that. Iran would let them do it. They would just say, okay, our position is that you need to stop aiding the US in this war. You can have our oil. There you go. You don't have to get the Gulf state oil. You can bypass all that. Not a problem, bro.
So I think
we'll even tell the Ansar Allah to let the ships go through the Suez Canal. Simple, bro.
If Trump is doing this correctly, we ought to stop all Iranian oil, but clear the military threat that Iran poses and let the oil from the Gulf Arabs out.
But about 10 to 15% of the ships were getting through before Trump announced the blockade, which obviously is still pretty bad.
Your dad's a big fan of colloidal silver. Oh no!
It's Iranian ships that were getting through, and that's unacceptable.
Well, what do you think Trump?
So many blue dads.
If this does end up being some sort of negotiated settlement, you know, he's talking about talks again this week.
Well, I think he's talking about talks because the stock market loves to hear it, and that's what he depends on. You know, I don't know what there is to talk to the Iranians about. But Trump's always hopeful there's a deal in there somewhere.
Yes, and so, but if there is...
Yeah, John Bolton would much rather that they just nuke the Iranians. Hey, Helgina.
...deal that leaves the Iranian regime in place and doesn't mean them handing over their enriched uranium. What was the war about?
I think
he has the chessboard behind him. He's playing 67D chess. That's so true.
Crisis that he's in. He is worried about markets. He is worried about the price of gasoline at the pump, and he's worried about its effect on the November elections.
No, he's not.
But he wants to do it in a way that he won't get blamed for it.
What would you want him now to hold out for?
He has said that the nuclear issue has to be resolved satisfactorily, and there's zero evidence the Iranians are prepared to give him what he says he wants, which is he wants all that, what he calls nuclear dust. I think he must mean...
I hate that nuclear dust is catching on, man. I fucking hate that nuclear dust is catching on so much.
He wants that and other stuff out.
Even if you got that, how do you actually make sure that they don't just make some more?
Well, I'm sure they will. I'm sure, and that's why when you try for 47 years to change a regime's behavior on nuclear weapons issues, on terrorism, now we see the threat to the Strait of Hormuz. When you try for 47 years to change their behavior, and
Kristen Gurumurthy is so funny. The way he's looking, like he's like, wait, what? Is it catching on, or do they do whatever he says? Well, when Heggers mentioned it last week, it was definitely him repeating what he's been told by Trump. But John Bolton's not in the administration, you know? Like fucking retired and shit. He's just like referring to the fact that it was called nuclear dust. Krishna Gurumurthy, like, squinting here at the fact that John Bolton just referred to Iran having control of its waters as terrorism, right? It's a very interesting scenario that we're in, chat, where even mainstream media, imperialist liberal media in the UK is sat there going, are you being serious, bro? Hey, Michigan Fist, nice name. Nuclear dust is what they called me back in Nam. Yeah, exactly. Even Iran made fun of the dust thing in statements. Yeah, it's just mad. Hey, ground level news, what's up? Yeah, Heggers, that's what I call his little me that I made of him on Normal Island in Tomodachi Life.
And don't succeed, the only alternative policy is change the regime.
And do you think that is actually still possible?
Yes, I do. I think the regime has been very badly damaged by these strikes. And the signal it sends inside Iran to opponents of the regime who are overwhelming in their numbers, this regime can't protect itself. And a regime that can't protect itself is a regime whose days are numbered.
What is the other sort of danger in terms of where Trump is?
It is audacity, Bellatrix, yeah.
From this not having won, and less popular than he was when he started it.
Well, he certainly created a political problem for himself that could have been avoided, in my view, if he had taken the time well in advance of military action to make the case to the American people, which I think is very compelling, that the regime has to go. But he didn't do that. He didn't consult with Congress. He didn't consult the allies. He didn't even.
No, I know Rebel Phoenix. Yeah, total war hawk.
So he's taken steps that inevitably make it much more difficult to accomplish whatever his objective is.
What do you make of how Trump has blown apart his old alliances and criticised Britain and NATO and others?
Yeah, they call it dust, so it sounds more terrifying, but it's a gas at the minute, so it's confusing. Wait, it's a gas? I thought enriched uranium was this. Wait, I thought enriched uranium was this. Any opportunity to get that in there. I don't care what enriched uranium is. I don't care what it is at this point.
Over the last few
I'm not bothered.
Do you think any of that is lasting in its impact?
I know it's not dust.
Patched up?
Well, I think after he's gone, it can be patched up. I think he's going to do more damage. It's not going to be easy. And I think the Europeans should not assume that Trump represents the future for America for the next 100 years. It's just not the case.
Ambassador Bolton, thank you very much.
Thank you.
He's an ambassador. He's an ambassador. I didn't know he was an ambassador. The Iran war news cycle has made me genuinely ageist. Take the power away from all these old white men immediately. Their brain fading their way through life. Yeah, I don't think that's ageism, though. I just think that's I think that's a normal position to take. I think that like we should have a society where when you're old, you just shouldn't do anything. You know what I mean? Just like chill, right? Yeah, I was gonna say he used to be an ambassador. Like, why is he calling him an ambassador? I fucking hate Channel 4, honestly. Let's move on. All right, we got some Truth Social posts to look at. Let's take a look at this one. So, this is, again, Trump appearing to try and appease President Xi Jinping over the weekend. He made this post on Saturday saying, President Xi is very happy that the Strait of Hormuz is open and are rapidly opening. Our meeting in China will be a special one and potentially historic with a capital H. I look forward to being with President Xi. Much will be accomplished. I think he's looking forward to getting bent over the barrel again. He's the self-appointed ambassador to CNN, hiding from Iran in their offices. Yeah. Yeah, you should. I think that in communism, you should have mandatory retirement. You're just not allowed to work when you're like 60, right? You're just not allowed. You can choose to work from age like 50 to 60, but like after that, you're just not allowed. You're just not allowed. He was the ambassador to the UN under Bush, right? Yeah. There you go. So he's talking about that, and then again. He's talking about the nuclear dust again. The USA will get all nuclear dust created by our great B-2 bombers. No, but the thing is that like this is the funny thing, Litty, right? Because you were saying earlier he started calling it dust, so it sounds scary, right? But then he's saying here that the nuclear dust was created by the B-2 bombers. So now I understand the real reason that he's calling it dust, right? But I genuinely think that he made a mistake the first time he said it, because if you remember the first time he said it, we watched that live on stream. He was doing a press gaggle outside Air Force One, and he went, "We'll get the nuclear dust." It's like, yeah, he just had a moment where he was like, "It's dust," and he just decided it was dust. And then it's evolved to this point. No, I think he made a mistake in that press gaggle outside Air Force One, but because of who he is, he can never admit to making a mistake. He's just ran with it, and now he's just calling it dust again and again and again and again. And I think now he's evolved to like, oh, actually, it sounds good if I say that it's dust because we blew up all of the nuclear enrichment facilities. So we turned all the enriched uranium into dust, and that's what he's doing. So he's like, we got the dust that created by hot bombers. No money will exchange hands in any way, shape, or form. This deal is in no way subject to Lebanon either, but the USA will work with Lebanon, and deal with the Hezbollah situation in an appropriate manner. Israel will not be bombing Lebanon any longer. They are prohibited from doing so by the USA. Enough is enough. Thank you, President DJT. Now, this truth in particular is, again, a very important vindication of the reality between the USA and Israel, which I have said before in the chat, and I have not admonished some chatters, but tried to gently correct people, and sometimes that gentle correcting has turned into me raising my voice a bit, so I do apologize if that's the case. I hope that you understand that's just out of a general frustration and not with any individual in my chat. But the tail is in no way wagging the dog here. This is a clear example of the dog wagging the tail, right? Trump made the call. Netanyahu was pissed off. Was he allowed to keep bombing? No. The USA controls Israel. It's not the other way around, okay? I know it's very easy and very simple to sit there and go, the only reason that someone is doing something this stupid is because Israel is making them do it. Right? You know? Anyway. Here we go. Let's move on. What was Trump doing over the weekend? What was Trump doing over the weekend? We're not going to watch all of this because it is a very... I think they trade off in playing the role of power bottom. Okay, I'm going to again gently correct you. No, they don't. Unless you're making a joke. Unless you're just making a badly timed joke that I'm unable to read because you didn't have any indicators on your chat message. If you're being serious, I do have to just, you know, slap that down. No, they don't. They don't do that. The USA is in charge of Israel. That's the end of it. That's just the end of it. I know it's a small thing, but it'd be embarrassing for any other politician to misspell foreign parties or leaders' names a few years ago, but that would be a couple days' news. Yeah, he called Hezbollah Hezbollah. Hezbollah! What was Trump doing at the weekend? Yeah? What was Trump doing at the weekend? Let's have a look. What's this, chat? What's he doing? Hello, everybody. He's looking great, by the way, isn't he?
A little bit unusual, right? Bobby's a very unusual person. I said, when is the news conference? He said, Saturday morning. I said, I don't know. Has that ever happened before?
I think both have a certain amount of control over the other. Well, you're wrong. You're just wrong. There is every bit of evidence to the contrary that Israel has any kind of control over the USA. It is documented. It is frequently demonstrated. There is no amount of control that Israel has over the USA. If you go around saying that that Israel has control over the USA in any way, you are repeating Israeli talking points. This is what Israel says all the time to its settler populace. They say, we can make the USA do whatever we want. We can make the USA do what we want. We want to go to war with Iran, we can make them do it. We want to go to war with Hezbollah, we could get them to let us do it, but they don't say it like that. You are just repeating Zionist talking points, and that's why I'm so keen to make sure that this is something that people understand, because you're just doing what Israel wants. You're just saying what Israel wants, right? You know what I mean? It's also what the KKK says. It's also what the KKK says. Ronald Reagan stopped Israel with a single phone call. So did Joe Biden before October the 7th. So did Donald Trump twice when they were attacking Iran. What if they're right? What if I give you a very clear warning, right? No, I'm not going to ban people for saying this. I'm not going to do this. No. It's deeply frustrating, right? It's deeply fucking frustrating to have people just, you know, be like, yeah, Israel is right. Israel is right about something. Do you understand? Like, to have someone say that. You think Israel is right about anything? Many Americans find it difficult to reconcile the fact that our government is the great Satan and always has been. That is the key part. The USA is a piece of shit imperialist state. It always has been. Light Braided Jade says, welcome in. It is imperative, right? It is imperative that we don't engage in Israeli talking points, right? Do you understand why that's important? It's important because it takes agency away from the United States, which the United States has the most agency on the global stage to just be belligerent and attack people, right? It has the most agency to do those things. Saying that Israel has a degree of control over that takes the blame away. It gives the US a pass. The USA doesn't deserve a pass. You're giving the USA a pass. We are talking about the state that has dominated the world, right? Good luck spreading the word. So you're leaving actually, because I'm calling you out for giving Israel a win. Tell you what, you won't be coming back. See you later. I will be banning you. I will be banning you. It's imperative. And I'm deadly serious. I'm deadly serious, chat. I'm deadly fucking serious. It's imperative that we remain critical of the USA. We don't allow any kind of inch for them to say, oh, well, I didn't know what I was doing. It was those sneaky Israelis. They tricked me into blowing up that fucking school full of little girls, 180 little girls. Do you understand why it's imperative? And it is winding me up. I'm sorry if you could tell. I'm sorry I'm getting mad about it, but I think it's important. Exactly. We are talking about a global superpower, of which, without its funding, Israel would collapse overnight. Over fucking night. It will be over. The Zionist entity, gone. We, the British, gave Palestine to the Zionist militias of Irgun and Haganah back in the day, the Jabotinskis, and all the fucking, the fascist militias that were like, we need a Jewish homeland and we're going to do it in a fascist way. They did the Nakba, all that stuff. We did it in order to destabilize the region. We did it in order to, have some control over the Suez Canal, so that, Arab states in the area just weren't, just Arab people in the area weren't able to concentrate on, resisting that kind of colonialism. And it's also tied up to the discovery that oil was completely necessary for the war machine, the new war machine at the start of the century. Then, when Zionist fascist terrorists started attacking UK infrastructure and UK politicians, we went, probably not going to give these guys as much money anymore. And so they had to beg for more money from other countries in order to remain alive. And that was when the USA went, we could take over that colonial interest, right? We could take over that colonial interest. We just have to give them money. What are they asking for? They're asking for military aid. Give it to them. That's fine. What do they want? They're lobbying the government for military aid. That's fine. We could use it. We can use this entity as a way to destabilize the Middle East, control the flow of oil. Therefore, the petrodollar and capital, it's all connected. There's a direct through line to the USA taking the reins from the United Kingdom in funding Israel, allowing it to be what it is, right? A direct connection. And if you say to any degree, and I'm being serious, to any degree that Israel, has control over the United States, right? You're not only fundamentally wrong, you're also, again, as I say, taking away agency from this great Satan, right? When Iran and the Iranian government talk about the great Satan, they say the United States and Israel, right? And I understand that could be a bit like, oh, well, yeah, they're the same. Yeah? They've got the same amount of power. They're the same amount of evil, yada, yada, yada. But of course it's not. That would be a completely reductive way to think about it, right? And I don't think Iranians think of it like that. I think Iranians know exactly what Israel is. They know exactly that it is a Zionist entity. It is a colonial entity. And that's the reality of it. So I'm sorry for going on, right? A little bit about it, but the tail is not wagging the dog. It never actually has. And if you say that it does, you agree with everybody in the Knesset. The genocidal war criminals in the Knesset who lie to their settler populace and say that they do control the USA. They boast about it. We control the USA. We control the USA. They do what we want. They do what we want them to. Nonsense. Anyway, I'm going to go for a piss and cool down. Watch this.
Well, it's an honor, and it's very important what we're doing. So, as you see, and you know a lot of the people behind me, they're tremendous professionals, medical professionals most, and some military, like Marcus, some great military professionals too, real hero. Today I'm pleased to announce historic reforms to dramatically accelerate access to new medical research and treatments based on psychedelic drugs. In many cases, these experimental treatments have shown life-changing potential for those suffering from severe mental illness and depression, including our cherished veterans. Our veterans are having a tremendous hard time. You know, the suicide rate, we have it down a little bit, but they are having a hard time. And I got a call from a number of people, including the great Joe Rogan, and he said, we have to do something about this. And I looked into it. I called Bobby, I called Oz, I called Marty and Jay, and it was uniform support. And I said, so why would we wait 3 or 4 years to get it done? Or 10 years, frankly. Let's get it done immediately, and that's what happened. This has probably never been anything happened so quickly. Everybody is so strongly in favor of this. It's for a lot of people, but it's for our military in particular. The suicide epidemic among veterans is a national tragedy. Since 9/11, we've lost over 21 times more veteran lives to suicide than on the battlefield. So we lose, think of that, 21 times more.
That's okay, Nasli. It's just, obviously, you were saying there is some degree of control that Israel has over the United States. And I am flatly denying that. And not even denying it, because it's not me that's making the claim, right? I'm not denying it. I'm just saying, sorry, that's just not true. Influence versus control is a key distinction to make. Exactly, Rebel Phoenix. Thank you very much. You know? That's the key distinction that we have to make. Yes, lobbying groups have influence. Guess what? There's loads of lobbying groups in the United States for oil, for weapons manufacturers, right? These are not in control of the United States. They aren't some, like, cheeky little, the US politicians that take these fucking legal bribes don't sit there and go, oh, I have no agency and I'm just going to do what these guys say. They make a decision. They make an active decision. They take a bribe from AIPAC. They go, yep, okay. I'll do what AIPAC wants. They make a decision, It is true that there are not a lot of foreign PACs. That's correct. But, that is, again, another tool that is in the favor of people who want to sit there and say, yeah, man, like, it looks like Israel is controlling the United States because there just so happens to not be a lot of foreign super PACs. You know what I mean? Why is that? Wow, it's almost like multiple countries all around the world don't require the USA's money in order to survive. That's weird. No, it's all good, Nasli. It's all good. Like, the reason that I lost, my composure a bit there is because I don't want, like, a new chatter being in here and being like, what if Israel's right? You understand how offensive that is? What if Israel... You mean the state that fucking lies about literally everything? What if they're right? Yeah, great fucking thinking, man. That's some fucking solid analysis that I never thought of. I wonder why that is, man. Nuts. Absolutely nuts. So anyway, you got it here. You understand the story. What was Joe Rogan doing on Saturday? You understand why I'm setting this up? He decided to legalize the research and expedite the research into psychedelics, right? Who sat behind him? None other than our favorite Joe Rogan. Utterly nutty. completely mental, right? Completely mental. It's a content presidency, yeah. Yeah, Thumb Rogan. Hey, Mushy, what's going on? Brand new topic for everyone to talk about on Normal Island? Yeah, exactly. Hey, Bubble, what's up? So anyway, that's what he was doing Saturday morning. Joe Rogan had the ear of the president and was like, you should expedite the legalization of psychedelics. And, you know, I'm going to be cynical here. This is just speculation, by the way, so I'm not, like, you know, certain in this. But I think that this was done in order to please his base. Yeah? I think that this was done in order to get some kind of support for the midterms amidst this absolute car fire that is the Iran war. I think that that's what's happening here. I'm just going to go get some kitchen roll because I didn't realize my yogurt pouch. I opened my yogurt pouch and I squeezed it and all the yogurt came out and now it's all over the desk. I've got yogurt all down me. Just give me a minute.
The real boss in the family. It was fantastic. Thank you very much for being here. As well as FDA Commissioner Marty McCary, CMS Administrator Dr. Mehmet Oz, NIH Director Dr. Jay Bhattacharya. See how easy that name is? You know, it used to give me a little trouble. That was a tough name. Congressman Morgan Luttrell, who's a friend of mine and he's a real war hero. He knows something that a lot of us will never find out about. Retired U.S. Navy SEAL Marcus Luttrell, the two of them. I don't know what's in your blood, fellas. You guys are good mom and dad, right? Mom and dad. Yeah, good.
What's in your blood? Your mom and dad, right? Your mom and dad. Hey, Threads of Solidarity. Thiel has a massive stake in psilocybin pharmaceuticals. Oh my god. Chat, the shamans of old are absolutely spinning in their reincarnated forms or whatever spiritual place they may be in at this time, or simply in their graves. You understand the metaphor I'm trying to make. Writhing. Because of course, psychedelics and the use of psychedelics has been a spiritual practice by humans all over the world for a long time, centuries. Famously, when colonizers came to Mexico, what is known as Mexico, and started using magic mushrooms grown in Mexico, the spiritual leaders amongst tribes, indigenous tribes in Mexico, said that the spirits stopped speaking to them when that happened because the colonizers were abusing the mushrooms, the plants that had a deep spiritual connection to the ground and the land. And so God only knows what the fuck it means for psychedelic pharmaceuticals. You know, if they find a way to make, a chemical synthesized psilocybin madness. The only reason weed was decriminalized was a handout to the alcohol industry that runs the big grow-ups, and black people who engaged in growing and selling weed are still in prison in the UK for, doing the same things that are legal now. And now you've just got like a bunch of fucking white people who are growing weed and shit, you know what I mean? Fungus Laws coming from a group of not very fun guys. Oh! That's it.
Good somebody. Good to have you. Joe Rogan, who's a fantastic person. We did a little interview before the election. We had over 300 million people. And I said, oh man, I hope Kamala doesn't do it. And she didn't. He wanted her to do it, but she didn't. Someday Joe's going to explain why.
Pardon me? We had a little interview before the election. Oh, he's talking about the interview that he did with Joe Rogan on the Joe Rogan podcast. So that's what this is. Some people in the Discord over the weekend were speculating that this was a bribe. But it is another example of what I was talking about on the stream yesterday in terms of Starmer appointing Mandelson, right? It's a gift. It's a gift. It's you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Rogan gave the gift of free publicity to Trump, and Trump is giving him the free gift of medicinal psychedelics. RFK Jr. looking really normal here, by the way. Looking like a handbag left out in the sun. You know what I mean? I think I'm going to redo my RFK Jr. character on Normal Island because he doesn't quite look like this. I'm just gonna save that. I'm just gonna save that. Which had the stand emote. Yeah, I don't have enough. I don't know what you need to be able to unlock more BTTV emotes, but I don't have that. All of these people are absolutely immune to ego death as well. Yeah, and even if they had ego, if they had ego death, they wouldn't be able to understand what it was at all. At all. I'm just gonna feed Melpit real quick. Back in a sec.
300 million people. And I said, oh man, I hope Kamala doesn't do it. And she didn't. He wanted her to do it, but she didn't. Someday Joe's going to explain why. I could tell you why. But along with many other, because she didn't want to, with many other veterans. And I just want to thank the people behind me are outstanding. It's an amazing group. The executive order I'm signing, we're actually signing the executive order today, is really a moment. It directs the FDA to expedite their review of certain psychedelics already designated as breakthrough therapy drugs. They're very much being discussed. It's one of the hottest things I think you're talking about, Oz, right? It's nothing. If these turn out to be as good as people are saying, it's going to have a tremendous impact on this country and other countries too. These treatments are currently in the advanced stages of clinical trials to ensure that they're both safe and effective for the American patients. And the nice part is we're actually doing this early, but it has been going on. Research has been going on.
Yeah, he's looking real good there, Virulent.
Some time. But, you know, usually with things like this, nothing ever happens, no matter how.
Did you call it Normal Island? Do you know what I'm referring to, Mushy? I made a Tomodachi Life, Live in the Dream Island, and I've put politicians on it. That's what I'm referring to, in case you're not sure. And if you want to watch the streams of that, go to the VOD channel. Go to the gaming channel. It's a new channel that I have on Twitch, where I do a bit of gaming at the weekend, because I've got no life and no mates. So you could just check me out doing that stuff. Yeah, so it's called Normal Island. The Tomodachi Life Island, yeah. Anyway, listen, this is all fucking nonsense. It's just an opportunity for him to say to his base, look, I did a cool thing. No other president has done this before. It's a 1,000,000 carat win, blah, 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 all this, that, and the other. And then, in the meantime, what's this? Iran has agreed to never close the Strait of Hormuz again. It'll no longer be used as a weapon against the world. President Donald J. Trump. Now, what does that mean? What on earth does that mean? Well, in the meantime, he was making appearances, media appearances, for Turning Point Action, wasn't he? He showed up at Turning Point Action, and I think this is just him playing the best hits, but let's take a look at a bit of it.
Thank you very much.
His face there is incredible, by the way. His face there is absolutely incredible. That's fucking mad, man. What a fucking face. He looks like a late 2010s, no, an early 2010s meme. You know, like the memes that were like, they had like little names and they were like a bit embarrassing. It was just like crude meme format. Do you know what I'm talking about? Where there was one with like a face that was like, the face of a man who's never had anyone say no to him. Oh, plenty of people have said no to him. You know, like they would have like a no, not Wojaks, no, earlier than Wojaks, man. Like early 2010s. Yeah, the what face, Rage Comics shit, exactly, that stuff. That stuff. You know, like there was the one with the mouth like this that was like the original Pog face, right? Yeah? Do you know what I mean? Troll face, Forever Alone, primordial memes, you know? That shit. F7U12 kind of thing. I don't know what that is. I can't remember what the official names are. That's not Shoop the Whoop. No, this is just like, maybe some of you are too young for this. Maybe this is really me like showing my age. How do I find that Rage Comics? I'll just Google Rage Comics. You'll know what it is when you see it. Thank you for remembering Neon Death. Thank you. Yeah. Virulent. Yeah, coming in clutch, Virulent. Yeah, these guys. That's the guy that I was drawing. I was a small child when I saw these. That's what I mean. Some of you are too young. No, not everyone here is over 30. There are some people here that are very, very young. 18, 19. Crazy stuff. Absolutely insane stuff. This is what you meant, F7U12. Why You Know is amazing. Yeah, this guy, utterly mad. Utterly mad. Migusta was also crazy because it's like, how does this mean that you like something or you love something? You know what I mean? Back in the MMO RPG days, yeah. Awful, just awful. Yeah, they're bad. But he looks like one of them. Yeah, it was when people used to put "l" in front of everything, like "le memes." Lol, le meme. Like, this is the kind of stuff that like Elon Musk still thinks is funny. You know what I mean? Like, it's the stuff that Elon Musk, like, he'll be like, oh, le epic bacon chungus, you know? Migusta is a horny one. Yeah, but how does it mean horny as well? Like, what is that, like a boner face? I never have a face like that when I've got a boner. It's not what it looks like. Do you know what this looks like to me? The only face that I can say that this makes sense to make in any situation is when you've just done like a fat poo. And you're like, yeah, man, that was sick. That came out smooth. There was no, didn't need to use a lot of paper. It was just proper good. That's what this is. You know what I mean? It's a thing that Americans do. You're telling me that Americans, when they get a boner, they do this? I've seen lots of Americans in porn. They don't do this. I've seen a lot of porn, man. No one's making a face like that. Anyway, let's crack on.
Thank you very much. That's fantastic. Well, I want to thank all those seniors, but I want to thank all the young people. I've never seen so many young people in my life.
So there was a lot of seniors here then, yeah? A lot of seniors here, yeah? Hey, McGinn. Hey, Probably Chaos.
And I want to say a special hello to Phoenix. We had a big win in Phoenix and a big win in Arizona and a big win all over the country. I'm thrilled to be back.
like a phone already, it was about to happen.
Working, God-fearing,
Hayek been dead.
Turning Point Action and Turning Point USA. 7 months
Yeah, he's definitely seen way more young people than this.
ago, our country lost a fearless warrior, my friend, for freedom, and he was just an amazing man. He was an amazing person. Charlie Kirk, just an amazing guy. Charlie was murdered by a cruel and vicious assassin who believed that by silencing his voice, he could kill an entire giant movement. But standing here today, it's clear to see that Charlie's voice is not silenced, it's roaring and roaring back, louder, frankly, than ever before. His message is unstoppable, his mission is totally unstoppable, and his movement is organic. It's not gonna happen overnight.
Sorry, I just had to put that on. It was just in my head earlier.
But she loved that man more than anything else, and she's done a really terrific job. I want to thank her on behalf of all of us. Because together we're making America great again, and this November we're going to win the midterms.
You're gonna win the midterms. He says it so confidently, man. This is nuts.
Like never before. For some reason, even if you have a great presidency, if you haven't, I don't think there's been one like this. And we have some good news I'll tell you about. Would anybody like to hear about Iran a little bit?
What? Would anybody like to hear Iran? Would anybody like to hear about Iran? And everyone's cheering? What do you mean?
You know, this was scheduled a long time ago. I said, listen,
hey, I'm this old.
For a little while, here I am. This is sort of interesting. They're all waiting. Look at all the fake news back there. So we could fill this place up 4 times. Would anybody like to give up your seat? Allow somebody to... But it's really been an incredible period of time, and I'll tell you about it. But in 2024, Turning Point's grassroots army helped us win Arizona in an absolute landslide. We won this one. We won all 7 swing states. We won the Electoral College 312 to 226. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, and we won, and that's the first time in decades that...
Grassroots is so funny, yeah.
What that's all about, won the popular vote.
When we know that Turning Point USA was funded by oil barons, right? Multiple horrific millionaire and billionaire individuals funded Turning Point.
But we won by a lot.
And continue to do so.
86% of all counties. Now think of that. Counties, to me, that's the biggest of all, most important of all. 86% of all counties in America, 2,700 to 525. That's called a landslide.
That's called a landslide.
Everybody at Turning Point Action who's working tirelessly to help us get out the vote this November 3rd. And I especially want to thank all of the executives and Erica Kirk in particular. Thank you.
He said Erica Kirk like 12 times.
This will be a great and brilliant day for the world. Because Iran has just announced that the Strait of Hormuz is fully open and ready for business and full passage.
It's just a lie. He just like said the most untrue thing in the entire world. And everyone's like, yeah! Nuts, man. Absolutely nuts.
But the naval blockade, with the greatest navy in the world, from the greatest military the world has ever seen, we built it.
No, but this time, this lie is consequential for the American right. That's why it's different, right? That's why it's different. Lies do fuel the American right, but this time, it's massively consequential because there are people on the right who are like, this isn't true. And there is a growing number of people on the right who are like, yes, that's right. It isn't true. The president is lying to us. You know? Obviously, everybody in the crowd doesn't care. Maybe there is some people in the crowd who don't believe it. However, there is a growing number of the American right who simply don't believe it. Yeah, the America First guys. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes. Even though, you know, they're flip-flopping and shit. But it's crazy how much of a lie this one in particular is. And it is consequential for the right.
During my first term, we built it. They said it was
consequential for America, right? Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's Turning Point USA. Yeah, 1,000% I'm the sold. But, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Not the fucking MAGA guys. And there is a huge, not insignificant, like definitely not insignificant at this point, amount of people who are like, you know what? I don't believe him, and it's bad. You know?
We weren't so crazy, were we? Will remain in full force and effect as it pertains to Iran until such time as our transaction with Iran is 100% complete.
Okay, so, you know, from all accounts, he just goes into playing the greatest hits here, so we're obviously not going to watch the whole 52 minutes, but there he is. That's what he was doing at the weekend as well. He went to the Turning Point Action USA conference in Phoenix, Arizona, and he ended up
President Trump
trying to spin as well over the weekend that Iran were going to talk. The talks were going to resume. The talks were happening. Not only were they happening, but they were also going to resume. So let's take a look at this report from the BBC, see what they're saying about it.
Has suggested talks aimed at ending the war in Iran could resume this week after negotiations collapsed at the weekend, prompting the US to blockade Iranian ports. His remarks came as the American military said no ships had passed through the US enforced blockade of Iranian ports and coastal areas in the first 24 hours.
I don't know where Melpo is, by the way.
The Iranian side has not yet responded to Mr. Trump's remarks. Last weekend's
That's interesting, isn't it?
Lasted for around 21 hours and were led by the US Vice President J.D. Vance, but they ended without any agreement. Mr. Vance said there was still a lot of mistrust between the two countries, but he believed the Iranians still wanted to make a deal. Here's our North America correspondent, Peter Bowes.
When he emerged from Saturday's marathon session of talks in Islamabad, J.D. Vance said he had bad news. Despite having substantive discussions with Iranian officials, they did not reach an agreement to end the war. But since returning to the US, the Vice President has insisted some progress was made.
Honestly, after 49 years, there's a lot of course, mistrust between Iran and the United States of America. You're not going to solve that problem.
He's saying this at the Turning Point USA conference this weekend. That's so crazy, man. That's so crazy. They cut right back to the conference.
Overnight. But yeah, I think the people we were sitting across from wanted to make a deal. And I know the President of the United States told us to go out there and negotiate in good faith.
Now President Trump is hinting that the talks could resume. He told the New York Post that a fresh round of negotiations with Tehran could take place in Pakistan over the next 2 days. There are still huge hurdles to overcome, starting with free movement of shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, and the main issue, the US demand that Iran abandons its nuclear program.
The president set a policy. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and right now we are negotiating to make sure that very thing happens. And here's, what's interesting about this is What's interesting about this is that we have this ceasefire that's in place. I think it's 6 or 7 days old. Right now, this ceasefire is holding.
Iran has said diplomacy with the US is continuing, but there's been no response to Donald Trump's suggestion that new talks are imminent. Peter Bowes, BBC News.
Well, there you have it. There was no Iranian response to say that talks were going to be happening. It should be pretty much open and shut at that point. You know what I mean?
Israel and Lebanon have held their first face-to-face talks in more than 30 years. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio led the US brokered talks in Washington, along with the Lebanese and Israeli ambassadors to the US. Negotiations lasted more than 2 hours. Lebanon called the talks productive and reiterated the need for a ceasefire and ways to address the current humanitarian crisis there. Israel was also optimistic about negotiations, repeating its goal of disarming Hezbollah. A US statement said the two sides agreed to meet again, but didn't name a location.
And yes, not only does the ambassador to the US, the Lebanese ambassador to the US, not represent Lebanon, but also the current prime minister and president of Lebanon do not represent the people of Lebanon. Hey, 26 of Julio. Yeah, JD Vancevich. Yeah. Trump trying to salvage before China and Iran has no reason to play along. I mean, they already don't have any reason to play along. That's the reality of the facts here. And we're going to find that out in a bit. I wonder what else the rest of this news report is going to be about. I'm not sure there's going to be a mad amount of relevant stuff in here. And this is just me catching up from the news of the weekend, the end of the week last week, just to update you all. So I'm just going to crack on and get to the next truths that he was saying. And so, wow, look at this, chat. Is this another vindication of the djmuel stream? Where, you know, I said a couple of weeks ago that at some point the US was going to accuse Iran of violating the ceasefire. And here it is. Iran decided to fire bullets yesterday in the Strait of Hormuz, a total violation of our ceasefire agreement. Many of them were aimed at a French ship and a freighter from the United Kingdom. That wasn't nice, was it? My representatives are going to Islamabad, Pakistan. They will be there tomorrow evening for negotiations. Iran has recently announced they were closing the strait, which is strange because our blockade has nearly closed it. Already closed it. They're helping us without knowing, and they... This is so funny! I'm sorry, I haven't read all of this before, but it is just... It's so funny. The strait was open. The US went to war with Iran. The strait was closed. Except if you weren't involved in the war against Iran. Then Trump says there's going to be a ceasefire. And then he says... We're gonna blockade the Strait of Hormuz. Despite weeks and weeks and weeks of saying, open the strait, you crazy bastards. You know, and here we are. He's saying they're helping us. They don't even realize they're helping us. They're doing it for us. They're the ones that lose with the closed passage, $500 million a day. The United States loses nothing. In fact, many ships are headed right now to the U.S., Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska to load up. Compliments of the IRGC. Always wanting to be the tough guy. We're having a very fair and reasonable deal. I hope they take it because no more Mr. Nice Guy. Oh, wait, because if they don't, the United States is going to knock out every single power plant, every single bridge in Iran. No more Mr. Nice Guy. It'll come down fast. It'll come down easy. If they don't take the deal, it'll be my honor to do what has to be done, which should have been done to Iran by other presidents for the last 47 years. It's time for the Iran killing machine to end. So this is him clearly stating that they are going to go back to war with Iran. Then you got this one as well. Today, an Iranian flag cargo ship named Tuska, nearly 900 feet long, weighing almost as much as the aircraft carrier, tried to get past our naval blockade. It did not go well for them. The U.S. Navy guided missile destroyer U.S. Sprance. I bet you can't even pronounce that because I can't. Intercepted the Tuska in the Gulf of Oman and gave them fair warning to stop. The Iranian crew refused to listen, so our Navy ship stopped them right in their tracks by blowing a hole in the engine room. Right now, U.S. Marines have custody of the vessel. The Tuska is under U.S. Treasury sanctions because of their prior history of illegal activity. We have full custody of the ship. So they've seized the ship. They've seized an Iranian ship, right? Which Iran is going to see as a violation of the ceasefire. And then we had the statement from Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf. This is Iran's parliament speaker. Hey, Sound Killer, and hello, Brody. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Making some points. Okay. Could you please predict that I'll get $1 million, win a new car, and get a good night's sleep? I can't predict things that I don't think will happen, and I'm really sorry to say that, Prince. I do think that you could get a good night's sleep. But I think if you get $1 million, we should all get $1 million. And you don't get a new car, you get solid rail infrastructure in the United States. I don't know if you saw, but the BBC, Al Jazeera, hurtful. I have no analysis of your financial future, Prince. I'm sorry. I just don't. I do hope you get a good night's sleep, though, honestly. I do hope you get $1 million as well. But, yeah. I can't sit here and predict things that I don't think will happen. I don't want to upset you. Or that I don't know will happen for certain. Rather than I don't think will happen, because that implies that I don't think you could ever get $1 million. It's possible. Things happen. What I'm saying is I have no knowledge. There's no analysis. I can't predict things that I have no knowledge of, is what I'm saying. Anyway. The BBC, Al Jazeera, and Sky reporting on Trump says he extends the ceasefire until negotiations go one way or another. Yeah, that's all well and good. He can say whatever he wants, Brody, because Iran have said that they won't be negotiating. So there you go. Where's Melpo? I believe Melpo is in the other room. Head not working, but welcome to the stream. And I'm sorry that he's not here right now. Anyway, let's take a look at this from Iran's parliament speaker, head of negotiating delegation. He says, "We are not stronger than the United States in military power. That is basic math. It is clear that they have more money, equipment, and resources, and because they've invaded many countries and committed crimes around the world, they have more experience than us. The Zionist regime, which is the servant and agent of the US in the region, also possesses great power. Sometimes we hear our dear people say that we destroyed them. We did not destroy them. But we are the winners on the battlefield in this war. Certainly equipment, resources, and money are effective in war and victory. But it is not always the case. We fought an asymmetric war in such a way that through our own planning and preparedness, we repelled the enemy. The enemy had money and resources but did not act with proper planning. They make strategic mistakes. They err in understanding our people, just as they do in their military planning. The US government claims that America comes first, but in practice it is shown that Israel comes first because it makes decisions based on Israel's misinformation. Sometimes I hear from our dear citizens and even national media that we've destroyed all their military power, so we should advance and destroy the rest and not negotiate. Here, we need to pay attention. We have an advantage on the battlefield, and that is why Trump is requesting a ceasefire." Let's have a look at the next one. "The Strait of Hormuz is under the control of the Islamic Republic. We responded decisively to the US attempts at mine clearing and consider it a violation of the ceasefire. The situation escalated to the point of conflict, but the enemy retreated. In Islamabad, I told the American delegation that if their mine clearer moved even a bit forward from its position, we would definitely fire upon it. They requested 15 minutes to get orders and then retreated. If there's air traffic in the strait today, the control of the strait is in our hands. Oh, sorry. If there is traffic in the strait today, the control of the strait is in our hands. The Americans have declared a blockade for several days. This is a reckless and ignorant decision. It is impossible for others to pass through the Strait of Hormuz while we cannot. If the US does not lift the blockade, traffic in the Strait of Hormuz will definitely be restricted. A note on Galabaf's Telegram account said the full details of this conversation, which addresses various aspects of the country's situation, will be broadcast on the news network. Galabaf said the public has a right to transparency while acknowledging delays in communication, saying officials should have addressed people sooner. Galabaf says Iran responded immediately in the latest war despite leadership losses. Iran's parliament speaker said the third imposed war began with US deceit during negotiations and the killing of senior Iranian figures. He said earlier conflicts saw delays in Iran's response, including a 14-hour lag in a previous 12-day war. In contrast, he claimed the latest response was immediate, despite the deaths of top commanders, including the IRGC chief and chief of staff. So, Iran clearly displaying there that they are completely ready for any kind of escalation. On mobilization and solidarity shown by Iranian citizens, our great Imam and martyred Imam have also said, "Do not think the revolution depends on us. This revolution depends on God and the people, and even in our absence, affairs will continue." A few days before his martyrdom, our martyred Imam said that God would mobilize the people. Today, after 49 days of war, we understood this. His words became reality. The people themselves were mobilized, and they became the Imam and the nation, and God guided them. Missile detonated near F-35 was a message to the enemy. Iran is a head and shoulders above the past in offensive capability and operational design, and proved it on the battlefield in this war. Iran struck approximately 180 drones during the conflict, a capability it did not possess in the previous war. 180 drones is mad, chat. Right? These numbers are way higher than anything that has been reported in mainstream liberal press and by CENTCOM. On the F-35, hitting an F-35 is not a coincidence. It is an operation with multiple technical and design dimensions. When the missile detonated near the F-35, the enemy understood what capabilities we have and where we are headed. On public support, nearly 50 nights of daily street gatherings by Iranians, which Galibaf said reflect a more politically aware and engaged population than during previous conflicts. If the enemy does not achieve its goals, then it has been defeated. He laid out Iran's case for claiming victory in a televised address. The enemy was forced into a ceasefire within 40 days on Iran's terms. The goal was regime change and turning Iran into another Venezuela to auction off our oil. It failed. Iran's rate of fire never changed. In Isfahan, Galibaf said, the enemy faced an event worse than Tabas, a reference to the 1980 failed US rescue mission that ended in disaster in Iran's deserts. Yeah? So again, talking about the realities of what the operation probably was in Isfahan when the US claimed to have rescued a pilot. Attempts to infiltrate counter-revolutionaries through Iran's western and eastern borders to create internal chaos were defeated. The Strait of Hormuz was never fully opened on the enemy's terms, and no country came to help Washington force it open. It's clear that the enemy was defeated, but this is different from saying we destroyed their army. It's true. It's completely measured. It's completely, they're not doing any kind of bluster. They're not kind of making any exaggerations or anything like that. They're being very precise, and they're being very, confident in what they are saying to the public here, right? And again, this is their address to the nation. This is not an address to people all around the world. This is an address to their own people, and they're being honest. They're saying, look, we don't have the military to be able to destroy the US's army one-on-one, but they made a bunch of errors, and they're very bad at doing war. They don't know what they're doing, right? Is the US just banking on nobody reading this? I mean, to be fair, probably not a lot of people in the USA, particularly people who vote MAGA, vote for Donald Trump and the Republican Party, probably won't be reading any of this. They'll probably read like one line of it and be like, it's all bullshit, brother. It's all terrorist bullshit, brother. We destroyed it. We got the Strait of Hormuz open. We're gonna destroy the regime. Iranian parliament speaker argued that Iran's military gains must now be locked in through diplomacy, and that public pressure in the streets is what made battlefield strength possible. Strengthen the battlefield in the street diplomacy. There must be no separation between these arenas. These three arenas, they're all one arena, and they are together. Military success was achieved, Galibaf says, but now it requires the right maneuver in each arena. Street mobilization allowed us to stand with power in the field. Today, the enemy cannot impose its will on us. They've secured our rights militarily. We now must consolidate them legally and politically. This is where diplomacy and strength must enter and take up the flag. So Galibaf is signaling a desire to engage in talks with the USA. Let's continue here. I don't know how many of these there are. I think there's like a whole, but there's so many actually. Is there more after this? 17, 18, 19, 20 points. Oh my god, there's 21 things of these. Oh my god. Okay, I don't want to read too many of them, but that's a statement from Mohammed Galibaf, Speaker of Iran's parliament. Here's Bonza Barry, one of the most reliable sources on Twitter for news about Iran and news from the IRGC. So IRNA says denial of the published news about the second round of negotiations in Islamabad. This is exclusive to IRNA. So this is, I think, after Galibaf's statements. It could have been before. I don't know. It was Sunday night at 6:20 p.m. The published news about the second round of negotiations in Islamabad is not true. America's excessive demands and unreasonable and unrealistic claims, frequent changes in positions, continuous contradictions, and the continuation of a so-called naval blockade, which is considered a violation of the ceasefire agreement, along with threatening rhetoric, have so far hindered the progress of the negotiations. And under these conditions, there's no clear prospects for fruitful negotiations. The news published by the United States is their media game and part of the blame game to pressure Iran. Hey Crescent, how you doing? Everybody please go follow Crescent Moon and Star. Up and coming streamer. 1 in 5 Americans are functionally illiterate and 54% of US adults read below a 6th grade level. This is a sad reality. This is a sad reality for the people of the United States. Hey Susie, what's up? Good to see you. So, what else do we have? This is breakthrough news. There was an action yesterday evening in the United States. Let's take a look at this. Former US service members and military families occupying the US Capitol in protest of the Iran war. Let's have a look. Huge dub. He's coming, chat. He's coming. There he is. He's back. Aren't you? Like, let me get settled. 60 people were arrested there. Yeah, I can believe that they probably arrested all of them, yeah. Yeah. Because the state doesn't give a shit about veterans. What's new? The working class people that we send to war. We don't give a fuck about them, actually. We say that we do, but we don't. So there you go. Yeah. So that's that. All right, what do we have here? Al Jazeera, 1 day ago, Iran says no plan for second round of US talks after cargo ship seizure raises tensions. So this is another person in the Iranian government. This is Foreign Minister. I can't remember his name. Is it Ismail Bakr? You know? Ismail Bakr? I can't remember the guy's name. But he's the foreign minister of Iran. If the cost was not so high for privileged Americans, then would it be fine? Gotta be a bit annoying. I still think it's a good point to make about these kind of American slogans. Wait, what? What do you mean? Oh, if the cost was not so high for privileged Americans, then would it be fine? Yes, of course. No, I think it's fine to criticize that kind of a slogan. Absolutely. It shouldn't be about the cost. It should be about the lives lost. 1,000%. Absolutely. I share that criticism wholeheartedly. Yeah. It is disgusting that this is being spoken about in the imperial core in terms of domestic cost, economic effects. But that is what is going to happen in the literal belly of the beast of, capitalism and imperialism and colonialism, isn't it? It's a sad reality of it. Let's take a look at the statement from Ismail Bakr.
We have no agenda regarding this, and I can say nothing, and part of the contradiction that is all over the place.
It's our favorite translator as well.
Know that America claim it is supporting diplomacy and it is ready, but at the same time,
you know what? I'm sick of these Iranian politicians with their big words, their long statements. What I want, chat, is a concise, succinct statement like this. Yeah? That's what I look for in my politicians. That's what I look for. I like a nice, short but sweet soundbite that everyone can understand. Why won't he just be clear? Why won't he be like... Lesbian hot sauce! Lesbian hot sauce, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing, comrade? Wonderful comrade. Welcome in, raiders. My name is djmuel. If you don't know me, I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK. Cover the news, geopolitics, from a anti-imperialist and a communist perspective. We are currently looking at the updates regarding the Iran war. We're listening to a bit of a speech from the Iranian foreign minister. Of course, that's not who is on our screen right now, but we are indeed going to be having a look at that in a minute. I just wanted to demonstrate to everybody watching that, you know, these Iranian foreign ministers, you know, these Iranian foreign ministers, they are all just, you know, so long in the tooth in terms of their statements. They're saying so many statements, aren't they, with loads of words in them, big words that people just like won't be able to understand. You know, they're saying all of it. They're saying so much stuff. Why can't we just have a nice, short, sweet, succinct statement like extremely clear care gives and gave in Parliament yesterday? And here it is. This is an example of what I want to hear. Yeah? Let's have that again. Just so everyone's aware. Yeah? Just so everyone gets it. This is how politicians should be speaking. Yeah? Wait, why is it not playing? Why is it not playing? No! The joke! The bit! Won't the computer think of the bit? Won't the computer not embarrass me? Anyway, this is what I mean. Anyway. Yes, it was a bit. It was a bit. Thank you for your patience. Welcome in all raiders from Lesbian Hot Sauce. Everybody, please go follow Lesbian Hot Sauce. She's an absolutely amazing comrade. Wonderful streamer. Please go and show her some love. There you go. There you go. Please go and follow. Hello, people who are coming in from the raids. Lady B Miniatures, Comic Space Invader, Unlucky Lou. Head not working, I think you were here before. Anyone else has come in from the raid? I'm a coconut. Andy, it's good to see you. Welcome in. Mip, mip. Yeah, that's what he said. Motherfucker just said mip, mip. Anyway. We are listening to the statement from the Iranian foreign minister.
America adopts certain steps and procedures that prove Washington is not serious in following and going through the path of diplomacy.
You were here just before, you just like the raid song. Fair enough, fair enough.
Ceasefire. We have faced the American side, if we want to be precise.
How are you doing, LHS?
Because at the beginning, the U.S. said this ceasefire in Lebanon is not part of the agreement, despite the fact we have said to the Pakistani mediator...
Yeah, hi, Lady B. Welcome in.
And we have made it clear that ceasefire in Lebanon must be there.
I'm all the better for seeing your name in the chat.
The maritime blockade, and you have seen...
But I'm good in general.
The Americans have attacked an Iranian ship, and you have seen how the Americans have violated the ceasefire through...
It's true, Soka.
Putting a blockade on the ports, and this is against the international laws. America...
Thanks for allowing this anarchist in your communist space. It's not a communist space. This is a pragmatist space. and we don't engage in that utterly cringe anti-anarchist or anti-tanky or, you know, even just like anti-apolitical liberal leftist, you know what I mean? Like nonsense, because it's such a waste of time. So we don't do that. No, you don't have to apologize. Like I do you know, introduce myself as analyzing the news from a communist perspective, right? But that's because, you know, as a pragmatist, I believe that the way that we move forward first is through Marxist-Leninism, you know, and then other things can happen once a dictatorship of the proletariat has been established, right? That's my, you know, mini manifesto, right?
Insisted to commit these violations, these aggressive
We're all trying to get to a similar future.
And we can...
In the same way, it's not worth distinguishing between goth and emo.
That the lack of trust...
That's a funny analogy.
Both parties is quite there, because Iran doesn't trust the American side, and we should not do that. We will adopt the certain procedures to keep the national
me too,
interest
Bellatrix.
of Iran. Is the Iranian Foreign Ministry seeing that America is keen to violate the ceasefire agreement? So, do you think that this will lead to a new aggression against Iran? Do you think that the way adopted by America with the talks and negotiations is a sort of a stress, American stress towards this direction? And do you think the uranium enrichment will be there on the table? I will answer your first question, because I see...
Update on Kyle Kalinski's radicalization. This is important, chat. If every billionaire disappeared tomorrow, the world would run fine. If every worker disappeared, the world collapses in 48 hours. Yeah. Yeah. He's getting there. He's on the way. He's on the way. This is what I mean, chat, right? And lots of people resent this, right? I don't say it often because it's a you know, it's a controversial statement, and a lot of people don't like it. They don't like to hear it, even though I'm an organizer and I've literally done this kind of thing on the ground before. But you can radicalize a liberal to the left. It is possible, right? I'm sorry, it is possible. When this motherfucker is saying shit like this, right?
We need re-education camps, bro. We might need re-education. I'm not so sure a gulag was a bad idea. Come to think of it, this is making me understand a lot of things I previously did not understand. I never used to understand authoritarian left movements. I'd be like, why are you authoritarian? Just be like libertarian left. Look, listening to these motherfuckers, I'm like, oh, I see. They had to do something about you, motherfuckers.
False consciousness needs to be addressed. It needs to be addressed in a pragmatic way, in a pragmatic and effective manner. Yeah, he's getting radicalized. He's no Owen Jones, right? He's no Owen Jones, but something's happening. Something's moving. Some cogs are shifting. You know what I'm saying? WTI crude is back at 90 again. Yep.
That you must have asked one only question, but the first question of yours...
Famously, socialism is when the government does stuff, yeah.
Related to our inability to repeat that experience or to forget the previous experience.
Every single socialist or communist or anarchist in the North was a liberal to begin with, exactly.
Negotiations twice, not only once. America has attacked Iran. America has killed our elderly and the sons and daughters of the Iranian people. America has attacked the infrastructure with severe damage, and Iran will follow up very seriously every way through
bless this
diplomacy.
translator, man.
And we will be very careful. We will be very careful regarding the tricks of the enemies. This is the job, and this is the job of the whole Iranian team. And I can tell you that, unfortunately, America is not learning its lessons from the previous experiences. And America is not following up the decisions that makes troubles.
I think it is, again, a two-step translation. Again, you got to remember this is via Al Jazeera, right? So Al Jazeera, their priority is to translate things into Arabic first. So this guy's going to be speaking in Farsi, and then there'll be a translation to Arabic, and then this guy is probably listening to the Arabic translation and translating it into English.
For the US,
possibly.
America is repeating its troubles. America is not listening its lessons, and this will never lead to good results. Because of the formal concerns of India regarding the Indian ships carrying the Indian flag, can you clarify that attacking these Indian ships was from Iran, and how Iran can answer and can tell India what's going on, because India has asked for the safety of its ships across the Hormuz Strait of Hormuz.
And Iran will probably say, stop collaborating with the USA. Stop collaborating with the USA. That's the end of that.
I will say three things. Everything is happening in the Strait of Hormuz and the Gulf. Everything is happening there is because of the American and Israeli military attacks.
Yeah. You just
Israeli-American attacks against Iran, the Strait of Hormuz was very safe. And
you just remember, it is Israel and the United States that are doing this.
We see that the international community must urge America and Israel to be up to the responsibilities and to blame America and Israel because they are putting the Strait of Hormuz in scrutiny and in dangerous position with
I think he probably said jeopardy
matters and this incident. You have mentioned that till the moment the Islamic Republic of Iran has no program for a second round or a new round of talks. Is there any procedure to extend the ceasefire? We and regarding that question, we put the national interests on top of our agenda. And we have replied Our armed forces have replied to defend the entity of Iran. We will continue defending our national interests. America and Israel, if both countries want to start a new aggression, our armed forces will reply with all strength and with all decisiveness. According to the National Security Committee, the Americans have put some proposals to Iran, and there are some news regarding the American proposals and American offers when it comes to the enriched uranium and the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay, I'm not sure it's a two-step translation anymore. I think he is just directly translating from Farsi, actually.
Iran hasn't received any proposal, any serious proposal regarding the lifting of the sanctions. They said Iran has submitted...
Libertarians are anarcho-capitalists, lesbian hot sauce. They're just simply people who would like there to be the current system. Right? So when they say that they're an anarcho-capitalist, what they mean is no rules for capitalists, right? No regulations, yada, 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 right? They want a free market, but that's what they already have. That's what exists right now, you know? So it's a pointless ideology to have. Completely pointless ideology to have. Now, when you're, yeah, they also like to talk about the age of consent. Now, you say usually, I imagine you may be referring to some people who call themselves libertarian socialists, and libertarian socialists was actually a word a long time ago for anarchists, and libertarian socialists, in fact, are not anarchists, certainly not anymore, unfortunately, because of the way that things have been completely, you know, twisted and turned and, you know, destroyed and you know, changed into something that it isn't by America and capitalism and infiltration and all stuff like that. The people who mainly call themselves libertarian socialists now are debate perverts like Vorsh, Epstein, all these people. They've definitely claimed they've definitely, you know, kept the age of consent stuff, haven't they? You know, despite all that stuff. Lady B, I would say that it is impossible to detect tone through words on a screen, and we do have try and encourage a good faith communication in my chat. So I would encourage you to take Willow's chat message in good faith and not being actually snarky.
A 15 item.
There's no way Destiny calls himself a socialist of any sort. I don't know. I don't think he does at the moment. You know what I mean? Can I ask what you think of Anarch? No.
But
I don't do drama.
We have submitted 10 items.
I don't make comments on you know, other you know, content creators if they aren't doing anything harmful, in my opinion. You know?
Proposal.
There you go. There's my opinion. I don't think Anarch does anything harmful.
In Islamabad, of course, they have discussed that, and the 10 items of Iran have been turned to certain proposals that are being submitted, and when someone said there is a new proposal, this is I
think Destiny does call himself an outright liberal. I think you're right, yeah.
Because, unfortunately, the other part is changing and keep changing. And they use the media to make some statements that are very contradictory, and we have one solid stance and position.
It's all right, Lady B. No one's perfect. It's all good.
We need, and we know what can we accept and what can we refuse. Some of the matters are not accepted at all by Iran.
Yeah, that's right. Omni-liberal.
Have adopted certain positions that are very logic and very wise, and so many other things made or said by the media are just suggestions, and they are not real matters.
Here we go. That's an important key thing to take away from this statement, chat, which is that if you are reading things in the media and you are not hearing things directly from the horse's mouth, as it were, either from a spokesperson from Iran, like this individual making the statement here, the foreign minister, you know, there's no reason to take those things from the media seriously. Why would you take those things from the media seriously? What are the source? You know? So people come into my stream expecting the tone of other political channels were pretty chill. Do you think other political channels are a bit intense and you know? I don't know. Anyway, no, don't answer that question, right? Don't answer that question because that invites drama, and I'm not gonna mention it. Whoever people police their own chats, whatever, that's up to them. The rules are what they are here, yeah, and that's what it is. That's the end of that. Right? People want to do their own rules, whatever, that's fine.
Some media outlets claim that the American delegation went to Pakistan, and my question regarding this matter is, can we see a new agreement?
A RTE clearance with the gifted subs to Lady B. Enjoy your ad previewing and your emotes. We are, oh my god, where are we up to? 4 subs away from the sub goal for the month. That's wild. And we got another 250 quid to go before we hit the dono goal for the month as well. Absolutely phenomenal scenes, ridiculous scenes, absolute madness. Yeah, please consider donating. Please consider subscribing. We're very close to unlocking, chat, the 7th of May UK election super stream, where I'll be waking up. I'm going to continue that sentence as I started it. I'll be waking up in the morning, hopefully, and staying up all night to cover the May elections, local elections, and Holyrood and Senate elections here in the United Kingdom. So that'll be a fun stream for everybody. If we hit the £700 dono goal, won't it? It'd be good. There's a 6-month subscription count for that 5 subtotal.
6-month subscription count for that 5 subtotal?
By any means necessary. That's a good question. I have considered possibly. Thank you for the tier 1 for 6 months in advance. Thank you for the tier 1 for 6 months in advance. Thank you so much. Enjoy your ad free viewing and your emotes. We've got a hype train on the go. Oh my god, it's time for some tunes. It's time to enjoy some tunes, isn't it? It's time to enjoy some tunes with the hype train. I'm not stalling. You're stalling. Let's do it.
Your queen considers herself our better. By right of blood, by way of lineage, by the grace of conquest.
You know the score, chat.
Confidence of tradition.
We listen to some
Queen asserts this message
legendary revolutionary tunes while the hype train is on. We got 3 minutes 49.
The media and the British.
You want to keep going? You want to keep the hype train going? Keep subbing, keep gifting. That's what we do. You want to get back to the news? Let it run out.
Your queen is financed by our...
Yeah, they're so good, LHS, honestly.
Turn validates the injustice of class and race discrimination in this here Great Britain. That some are born superior and deserve more just because of where they are from, or who they worship, or who they love, or who their parents are. Your queen is not our queen. She does not see us as human.
Oh my god, Lady B Miniatures with the 20 gifted subs. Holy shit, new chatter, new fucking gifter. Oh my god, thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs. Lady B. Utter legend.
We the immigrants.
Thank you so much for supporting the stream. That's some absolutely mad support straight off the bat. Everybody enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes courtesy of Lady B Miniatures.
Obsolete systems.
Thank you so much, comrades. Appreciate you. Legend.
Genocide.
Chat, I've had so many gifted subs this week. It's mad.
We who paid blood into your banks, we who died in mines, so your crown jewels may.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all the support this week. It's been incredible.
And we say, your history is not pure. Your empire is not whole.
That means we get at least one more tune. You know the score.
Printed in blood. Your high horse is three-legged, and your royalty wears no clothes. And your queen is not our queen. She does not see us as human, and we know what we came here to do.
Let's go, chat.
We know this system is rigged, and the only path to freedom is for the system to burn.
Let's go.
And we see ourselves as human. We judge our worth not by Christmas speeches or golden jubilees, but by deeds. Our queens walked among us. Our queens led by action, by example. Our queens listened. Our queens made bright futures out of cruel and unfair paths. Our queens cried and laughed. Our queens knew they were just like us from the beginning, not just when it suited them. Our queens are just like us, and we are human. We need new royalty. Your queen is a reptile.
Sounds of the Sons of Kemet with Your Queen as a Reptile. All right, let's go for some next tunes. This is Bashar Murad, Intifada on the dance floor. 2 minutes 30 left on the hype train. I'm going to run to the toilet real quick.
What's the fuck? What's the fuck? What's the fuck? مين اللي what's the fuck؟ مسؤول الحفلة طالع زي الزنبرك. مش عارفين يعني صفتك مين يعني. كنا مكيفين وبعدين شفنا منظرك. What's the fuck؟ مين اللي what's the fuck؟ مسؤول الحفلة طالع زي الزنبرك. مش عارفين يعني صفتك مين يعني. كنا مكيفين وبعدين شفنا منظرك. مسخرة شو هالمسخرة. داخل بسلاحك عنا زي الأسد. مش مفهوم يعني مين بتكون. قولي بركي بطخ ورود بركي تزين هالبلد.
What did I miss?
استسلمنا الموسيقى. ارفع ايديك حرك اجريك كسر
1 minute left on the hype train, folks. Obviously, absolutely no pressure because we definitely hit the fucking sub goal with that from Lady B. Thank you. 30 seconds to go. Blissful breakdown. 10 seconds left to go in the hype train chat. And that's a successful hype train. Thank you so much. RT clearance with a gifted sub to Lady B. By any means necessary for the 6 months in advance. And Lady B with the 20 gifted subs. Incredible support. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for all the support, chat. Utterly legendary. We have smashed the sub goal. Well done, everybody. Thank you so much for that. All we got to do now is hit the dono goal. Like I said, it's £255 to go. We've got about 10 days left, I think. Is the 31 days in April? There's not, so there's less than 10 days. But I'm certain that we could do it. It would be, I don't know, what, like, let me do some quick maths. 50 people donating... 50 people donating £5 each? Yeah, that's right, right? 50 people donate £5 each, we'll hit it pretty quick. Yes, that is exactly what it is. If 50 people donate £5 each, we'll hit it. I believe in you, chat. It can happen. Don't rely on the heavy hitters, you know? We got a bunch of people donating so many subs, a bunch of people donating a ton of cash, but we can all do it together, collectively. That's the point, you know what I mean, of organizing together. If you can't afford to support me, don't worry. This is never a necessary place to give money to be in. It's not mandatory to financially support me to be here, and I will never make it like that. But you can support me still by going to my socials, liking, subbing, all that kind of stuff. Press all the free buttons, comment on a video, watch a video, go to my YouTube channels, go to my VOD channel, check out the Tomodachi live streams, comment on them, like them, share them, yada, yada, yada. And you can go to the Go Live tweet and the Go Live post on Blue Sky and retweet those, repost those, and you will support me that way by advertising the stream. So thank you very much for considering doing that. Let's get back to the news now.
Because there are so many contradictions. Yes, of course.
But as I was saying, I have been considering moving to a sub points goal rather than a subscription goal, because actually I think it's not representative of people who resub monthly, and it might just be representative of people who like sub particularly on stream. Like it does take into consideration people who resub when I'm live, but some people's subs renew when I'm not live, and then they might come in the stream and lurk and forget to do the notifications, so Streamlabs doesn't clock it. Does that make sense? So I think I should do it on sub points rather than actual subs, because I think then it's more representative of what the actual sub number is. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense? People know what I'm on about?
A certain position, we don't trust the American side. This is our position, because throughout long time...
Hey Bellatrix, how you doing? Bellatrix 2.
made so many wrong things that
you got me, Prince.
went
Thanks.
against the core of diplomacy. We trust our abilities and our capabilities, and our abilities and capabilities are the major guarantee to reach a certain agreement.
By the way, what were you streaming, Lesbian Hot Sauce?
They went to Pakistan. It's only related to
just
Americans. And
just checking.
On the contrary, there are some indications, numerous indications and indicators.
Don't know where Melpo's gone again.
No seriousness at all from the American side to go further in the path of diplomacy. Question from Fas.
Doing the Haas watch? Hell yeah. That's the way to do it.
Does Iran finalized everything regarding the submitted proposals? We have seen violations here and there. I would like to say that this is another example of what is being seen by...
What the fuck? Sorry, I just saw this go by. I thought this was fake. I thought this was like a late... I thought this was like a parody or some shit. Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood threatens to deport Green leader Zach Polanski. Asked by The Telegraph who out of Polanski, Farage, Badenoch, or Davey she would taser or deport, she said, "I want to taser and deport all of them." Sounds fake, doesn't it? Here's the receipts. Ms. Mahmood was also asked which of the opposition leaders, Nigel Farage, Kemi Badenoch, Zach Polanski, or Sir Ed Davey, she would either deport or taser. He replied, "You're talking to me, so I want to taser and then deport all of them." To where? Right, exactly. They were all born here. Literally every single one of them was born here. I'm guessing that's supposed to be a joke. I mean, what's the punchline? What's the joke, exactly? Yeah, no, it's not funny. I agree. I don't think there's any context in which it's acceptable for the Home Secretary to threaten to inflict violent attacks on persons of the opposition leaders. Deporting from the UK should actually be made illegal. Brits leaving that island has caused nothing but trouble. True. Very good. This is so mad, dude. This new Labour Party is 1,000 times worse than I imagined, and I thought it was going to be really shit. Here's the thing, yeah? This, on top of the current scandal, have they literally gotten COVID so many times that their brains just don't work anymore? Like, what's happened? What has happened? It's impossible to try and pass. It's impossible to try and pass what is going on here. This is so mad. Like, at the time when the current scandal is going on, and it is clear as day, that the Prime Minister appointed Peter Mandelson, knowing full well that there were loads of risks, right, in appointing him as the US ambassador, and he did it anyway. He pressured the Home Office. He pressured the Foreign Office. The senior civil servant has testified to that today to say, yes, that's what's happened, you know? And now Shabana Mahmood is like, yeah, we should just fucking taser them all. Doing interviews for The Telegraph, by the way. The Telegraph. You're reading the article and there's no lead up to that statement at all. That's fucking nuts. COVID and ChatGPT brain, yeah. It is screaming Trump instability, actually. It is. This is just utterly bizarre. It's abhorrent, first of all, but it's also bizarre. Completely bizarre. Completely divorced from reality in terms of who is this for? Who is that for? Who are the people that are looking at that statement and going, haha, yes, you get them, Shabana? Fucking nobody. There's like 10 guys. Literally every single one of them is a British citizen. That's what I'm saying. They're all born here. That's what I mean. Labour are now to the right of Rishi Sunak. Absolutely. Yeah, who is it for? We're talking about a Jewish guy, a black woman, a white guy, and who's the other one? Nigel Farage, another white guy. Who is it for? The Telegraph got a new editorial board recently. They've gone full fat mad fascism. Is it a lame both sides joke? I've got no idea. I've got no idea, man. The entire lead-up is seconds into the conversation. Ms. Mahmood was heckled by a man accusing of her out-reforming reform who was shouted down by the audience before being escorted out of the theatre. A woman then stood up and started heckling before being led away. I'm not going to let a tin pot racist or some random heckler or anybody else claw away at the foundations of who I am as a person. I'm a proud English woman. I'm a proud Brit. I'm a hugely proud Muslim. That's it. The absolute core of my life, she said. Ford later posted on X that the hecklers had behaved like... Oh, that is the core of my life. She said, and Ford later posted on X that the hecklers had behaved like posh yobs. And that's it. That's, and then they go into the thing about who would you deport and taser. Shabana Mahmood is a wrong'un and she always has been. Yeah, but she hasn't though. Oh, I mean, she's clearly a liar because there's this picture that always goes round when people talk about Shabana Mahmood. Which is her at a Palestine Solidarity Campaign event like less than 10 years ago. She is fascist. Yeah, she's gone full fash. And you know, chat, you know, what I will say is actually, I'll retract what I've just said. Yeah? I'll retract what I've just said. Because this is exactly what I talk about, right? When I say that in activist movements, there are cops, right? People with cop brain. There are people who think that they have, you know, destroyed all the racism in their person by just going to a protest, right? Going to a protest for an anti-racist cause, right? An anti-racist or an anti-colonial cause. That automatically means you've washed, you've purified all the racism out of your body, and whatever you do after that could be not racist, right? There's no way it could be racist, yeah? It's performative, yeah. It's performative. But they don't know it's being performative. They have no idea, because this is the brainwashing that exists within imperial core society, right? This is why it's so frustrating for people in the imperial periphery to look at our activism, you know, like Julio often says, right? Julio in the chat, who literally is in the imperial periphery in a country that the USA has bombed, right? You know, that's why Julio says the things that they say in the chat, because, you know, anybody looking at this is just like... You are completely brainwashed. The protest movement, the activism is useless. It's performative. It doesn't change anything. And there is nothing beyond that, right? And the only thing that any kind of, I think, imperial periphery comrades would have looked at in the UK that thought, oh, wow, that's an effective movement, is probably Palestine Action. But of course, they've been prescribed as terrorists now, and you can't support them, right? And there is still direct action going on. And that's great. But, you know, at the end of the day, that's why the fucking state came down so hard on Palestine action, because they were effective. That's what it was. It was nothing to do with the fact that they were violent. It's because they were effective at shutting down the imperialist war machine. Fuck me, dude. What the fuck? I can't even remember. I literally just went onto Twitter to look for the meep meep thing, because I wanted to play the meep meep thing again. And then there was just that staring me in the face.
The world continuously, the Americans are playing the game of blaming Iran. This game is ongoing, and instead of them playing a
yeah, you're right, Atomic. Yeah.
But we cannot expect that.
Yeah, I agree with that too, Lady B.
Say the truth. They're always accusing us. It is a part of the agreement related to the ceasefire in Lebanon. And during the recent few
whenever I think of her, I think of break the law and we'll take away the things you love. Yep. Yeah. Everybody like this. How's this post going, Queen? 530 likes, 2,500 replies. Mad ratio, man. Absolutely mad ratio. Break the law, we'll take away the things that you love. It's such a popular move, man. Being banned. Look at this, man. Sports loving criminal. Football ticket invalid. Like, they are just completely out of touch with reality. Do they have any idea how important football is to working class people in this country? Right? Do they have any idea? Break the law, we'll take away the things you love. Fucking not allowed to what? Go on holiday? Traveling criminal, banned from flying, mate. Well, they're all Labour together, Labour friends of Israel, aren't they? Probably chaos. What are they trying to say? They'll stop the footy. They're trying to say that they'll get in touch with football associations or whatever, football clubs and ban you from going to games. Yeah, flying from London to London is a bit mad. Fucking banned airlines. It's just... I think that they're probably saying from London to London to be like, your ticket goes nowhere. Right? Hey, Gamma Go, how's it going? Yeah, ye Anglican Church of Football. Utterly mad, man. Just utterly divorced from reality. So out of touch.
It was decided to have a ceasefire on Monday. We have opened the...
Hey, that's away. Yeah, it's the shit people lie about China doing, yeah.
And the aim and the goal is to guarantee the safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz.
More arrests than Russia and China combined, yeah.
We saw some reactions regarding the agreement.
Germany's Lufthansa has cancelled tens of thousands of flights. What's that in relation to?
In Lebanon, we have seen some reactions that are not honest, and they are not respecting the promises. Seems that America is not serious at all.
No. They're not serious.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Some Western media outlets have claimed that you mocked the request of Kaja Kallas, the EU foreign policy chief, to respect international law and reopen the Strait of
outlet claimed that you asked Kaja Kallas.
Bro, you don't need to translate this bit. He's speaking in English. We can hear it, dude.
And you mocked the international law. We spoke seriously. We spoke wisely and logically.
He's right.
What have been mentioned.
Hey, Roshan, good to see you.
European foreign.
Trump's just announced the ceasefire extension, according to The Guardian. Based on the fact that the government of Iran is seriously fractured, not unexpectedly so, and upon the request of Field Marshal Asim Munir and the Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan, we've been asked to hold our attack on the country of Iran until such time as their leaders and representatives can come up with a unified proposal. I have therefore directed our military to continue the blockade and in all other respects remain ready and able, and will therefore extend the ceasefire until such time as their proposal is submitted and discussions concluded one way or the other. President Donald J. Trump. You need notifications for truths like Ray K has missile alerts. Yeah, no, it's very, 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 very unlikely. Yes, you can't unilaterally declare a ceasefire extension. You can't do that. Right? And he's trying to do that. What else has he been posting? He's just doing midterms posting. His brain is on the midterms at the moment. His brains are totally out of the midterms. Also, they're doing this like insane thing where they're like, "Oh, Iran is gonna execute all these hot Iranian, you know, big booty Iranian ladies." So you got to be mad about that. And Trump is obviously quote fucking posting this, going, "I resume in negotiations. I appreciate the release of these women." This is disgusting, bro. I'm sure they'll respect the fact that you did so. Please do them no harm. Would be a great start to our negotiations. No, that's true, Lady B. Hey, Dan. Hey, Rogue for Bread Cartel, how you doing? Yeah, there's every possibility that these women are fake. There's nothing to say that these women are actually in Iranian prisons. Who fucking knows, right? They're not gonna... Yeah, we bombed 180 schoolgirls on the first day, but, you know, what about these 8 women who all just happen to be, like, aesthetically pleasing? You know? From a like a white supremacist beauty standard as well, by the way. Not in hijab, right? Not in hijab. No hijabi women here. Right? Madness, dude. And he's just like, ceasefire now. We gotta extend the ceasefire. Fuck me, dude. So, I guess we'll have to figure out what the Iranian response to that is going to be. There can't really be a ceasefire if they continue to do the blockade. Yeah, they don't even care about the names of those women. If those women are real, they don't care about the names of those women. They don't care about those women. They just care because they look aesthetically pleasing from a Western perspective. Yes. That's all it is. If they had hijabs on, they wouldn't give a shit. They literally wouldn't give a shit, right? It's such a fucking, you know, hypocritical. It's just nonsense. Fucking nonsense.
Affairs regarding the Strait of Hormuz.
No, America doesn't care about women or people. Yeah,
answer
or any black or brown women.
They
imperial periphery women, or just imperial periphery
laws.
people.
They have violated international laws. And we said that you just accuse other countries because this accusation...
Now, chat, it's really important to look at what Trump and The Guardian are saying about the extension of a ceasefire and actually hearing the foreign minister of Iran make this press statement, right? This guy is saying, we don't trust the USA. They can't be trusted in negotiations. When we negotiated with them last time, they were irresponsible. They kept changing things all the time. They kept changing things. They kept reneging on positions and then going back to them. And every 20 minutes, JD Vance had to call Trump and see if something was okay or whatever. And if you hear stuff in the news about there being, ceasefires or whatever, this is just media speculation. And to be honest, the president of the United States saying this on his Truth Social can also be treated as an extension of this. And I think that Lesbian Hot Sauce is right. He's also trying to calm down the markets because people were saying, oh, the price of oil was rising again earlier. Wow, look at that. When did he do that tweet? When was that? When was that truth out? One hour ago. Here we are at 22:30, 21:30, 2100. Could have been that he could have made some announcement in a press gaggle or something as well. I don't know. Hard to say. You know. Exactly just after markets close for the day. There you go. He wants the markets to open, strong tomorrow in terms of the price of oil going down. Huh. Well, yeah, I think you're about right there, LHS.
Be for your benefit, despite any facts.
Let's see if we could catch any breaking news on Al Jazeera.
During the last 3 years, we saw the European Union's attitudes regarding the genocide in Palestine and regarding the war crimes committed by the Zionist entity and America in Iran. And we have seen their situation and stances regarding the Strait of Hormuz. This cannot only as space to enjoy what's going on in Iran, but there is also on the other side the high prices of energy because of what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz. It is better for the European Union to adopt certain steps based on realities on the ground. We have seen an increase in the diplomatic moves in China and Moscow. How can you evaluate these diplomatic moves when it comes to the relationship? Being members in the Security Council, they have spoke before, and the only guarantor for peace is the Iranian people. This is number one reality.
Dan means total victory in terms of total victory in completely destroying the enemy, and by resistance he means by Hezbollah, Ansarallah, Al-Qassam, and the Iranian Islamic Republic of Iran, and aligned militias throughout the region.
All countries have certain responsibilities regarding what they have pledged to, and there are the human rights and there are the permanent seats in the Security Council who have big responsibilities regarding Russia and China and their responsible moves regarding the draft resolution that was completely against peace and reality. We thank Russia and we thank China for the move. We are on ongoing contact with China and Russia in this regard, and we believe that end of the day, everything must be for the sake of the international community. America and the Zionist entity are violating the international laws, and there are so many consequences.
In a few moments,
that
we'll get an
follow.
update.
We need the international community to talk to them, and we need this to be seen in the Security Council, and all the international organizations and local organizations, regional organizations must.
Let's have a look at this.
From Al Jazeera's Ali Hashim, who's live for us in Tehran. But first, let's go to the Pakistani capital, Islamabad. That's where Osama bin Javed is standing by for us. Osama, when we spoke earlier, the Pakistanis were very tight-lipped as to where this is going. Do we have any sense from your contacts and who you
Gotta get some water, chat. Be right back.
Where Pakistan is at the moment when it comes to trying to bring both to the table?
Well, Sarah, I can confirm now after speaking to sources that there are last-ditch efforts underway to try and salvage the second round of talks, which has not taken place despite all that we've heard in the last 48 hours. We believe that the Pakistani civilian and military leadership are jointly working the phones, talking to all sides, appealing to them about maintaining the status quo, which is the ceasefire which came into effect after the Pakistanis announced it just 2 weeks ago. We've heard from sources that it is not just the Pakistani leadership who's making those calls. All other partners involved in this are also exerting their spheres of influence to try and get the United States and Iran to come back to the negotiating table. This has been ongoing in the last few hours, as we've heard from the Pakistani information minister that it is just about now 4 hours to go before this looming deadlines of the ceasefire expiry. And you've heard from Donald Trump just before the ceasefire came into effect, just hours after that this was going to take place. That it's
What's Israel saying though? What's Israel saying? Jerusalem Post. Maybe I-24 will have the Israeli position. I-24. Yeah, just a sec. Let's keep playing this while I look for this.
Second round, that he's been reiterating those threats about what he's going to hit in Iran. So a lot at stake. The federal capital waiting with a bated breath. There's been extraordinary security arrangements which have been made here. The red zone has been expanded. The Pakistani officials in the last day have been making back and forth calls. The interior minister to the Iranian and the US embassy. The foreign minister inviting the US charge d'affaires and
I-24 haven't published anything.
Request to extend the ceasefire, because unless that, the other option is dire.
All right, Osama bin Javed, we are also wondering whether we've heard from the White House, because there seems to have been quite a lot of drama happening there in the last 24 hours. What do you know?
Well, there has been mixed signals coming out of Washington, D.C., as you've been hearing the U.S. president make all sorts of statements. And to bring that all in, I'm joined by our senior White House correspondent, Kimberly Hackett. Kimberly, you've been monitoring this very closely as we've been seeing the White House explain, re-explain, and then change positions on various issues. Can you bring us up to speed on what we are hearing? Because we believe that the trip by J.D. Vance has probably been postponed indefinitely.
Although the White House says that things could change at any time, but...
So what we've got here, right? What we've got here, in order to try and pass this out, right? From my understanding. Now, chat, you can help me with this if you think that I've got any of this wrong. But I'll try and pass this out for us. So, what we have is the US constantly saying that they are going to have talks. There are going to be talks in Islamabad. And Iran's saying, no, there's not. There are no plans to engage in a second round of talks with the United States because their positions are untenable. We are not going to the table again. The ceasefire deadline is looming. I think it's 24 hours, right? Or was the ceasefire going to end at like midnight tonight or something? I don't know. That people are saying like the ceasefire deadline of 4 hours or whatever. And then as we're getting to that ceasefire deadline, Donald Trump goes, we're going to extend the ceasefire, make sure Iran have got a proper proposal. So, you know, that's Trump saying, Iran aren't telling me what I want to hear. We're going to extend the ceasefire until they give us a proper proposal, right? But they've got the proposal. It's not going to change. So, what? The ceasefire is just, you know, offered to, like, because if Iran turn around and say, you have our proposal, you've had our proposal for a month, then what? The US are just going to start bombing when they've said that, right? So, again, chat, they've got thousands of troops in the region. Thousands of troops in the region. And it is likely that they're still sending more to the region and more assets to the region. So, you know, what is that just there for a joke? Is that there to intimidate people? Because they said that, you know, people had said that might have been happening before the last strike happened, before the first strike happened, you know what I mean? Yeah, just saying there's a ceasefire is just words. It's just words. And at this point, the Iranians know not to talk. Right? He's treating it like a union strike he could just ignore. He kind of is, right? He kind of is. Yeah, it seems that they're massing for an attack, you know, and he's probably got Hexeth at the moment being like, come on, let's do it. Let's go back. Let's go back. We need to finish them. They were on the ropes. Or some shit like that. But this is the thing. Yeah, exactly. Iran knows better than to negotiate with terrorists. Let's continue and listen to this.
Look, the last 24 hours, there's no question that there has been a lot of mixed messaging coming out of the White House. We heard...
This is what I mean. You can't just post this stuff into existence, right? Can you imagine anybody else doing this? Posting on their own social media that they created, right? Saying, statement of President Donald J. Trump. This is a statement right now. Conveniently 9 minutes after the market's closed. No one else gets to do this. He is a unique case. The posting president. The posting president. It's nutty.
The U.S. president gave an interview to the New York Post.
It doesn't mean anything.
The vice president was en route and that he was going to land in Islamabad imminently, only for the White House to have to do cleanup on that and say, actually, no, they haven't left yet. And what we've seen is, as the U.S. president was saying, look, nobody's playing games. I will even meet with senior Iranian leaders if there's a breakthrough deal. He was then also giving an interview to the PBS News outlet in the United States saying, look, if there's no deal, bombs will start going off. So we started to get a signal that the United States was dragging its feet because we know the big condition on the part of the...
And so you got to remember, chat, that, you know, Galibaf, whose, you know, long address to the people of Iran, we read out a bunch of that before. This is what Galibaf was saying yesterday, which is Trump, by imposing a siege and violating the ceasefire, seeks to turn the negotiating table in his own imagination into a table of surrender to justify renewed warmongering. We do not accept negotiations under the shadow of threats, and in the past 2 weeks, we have prepared to reveal new cards on the battlefield. So Iran are posturing to say we will respond. Yeah, hey, Lil Zipper, yeah, working the phones in this regard essentially means trying to stop Trump from being insane. A mammoth task, a Herculean task, I believe they say.
Was to open the Strait of Hormuz. And the U.S. president said on Tuesday he thinks the blockade is working really well and that they're in a very strong position, which meant they weren't going to do what the Iranians needed them to do in order to get to direct talks here in Islamabad.
Well, what the Iranians have been saying is that what they're seeing on the ground is quite different to the words that they're hearing from the White House. It is an extraordinary buildup of U.S. forces in the Middle East with at least 3 strike groups already in place. So if these talks do not work out as the Pakistanis are pushing for, there's a lot at stake here, isn't it?
There's a lot at stake, but it's not, diplomacy's not dead. As you've been pointing out, we know that the U.S. vice president's plane did not take off en route to Islamabad. But what we do...
I saw a blurb earlier that Trump might have wanted to use nukes but was taught down. You saw something on the back of a book. Is that not what a blurb means? Have I got the idea of a blurb wrong? A short promotional piece accompanying a piece of creative work. I mean, that would be true, but if it's a creative piece, who's saying this? Who's saying it? That's what a blurb is, right? Like the back of a book. Like the blurb of a book is the back of a book. It's a thing on the back of the book that's like, you won't believe what Siegfried Lombard will get up to in this book. You know, he's going on an adventure and it's mental. I saw it in the Mirror. The fucking Mirror, man. I was at work and I couldn't look into it more. Fair enough. That's fair enough, Lil Zipper. No worries. The blurb of an article probably is what Lil Zipper meant. Trump wanted to use nukes. Let's have a look at that. Was Donald Trump blocked from using the nuclear codes? Former CIA analyst Larry Johnson alleged on a podcast this week that President Donald Trump wanted to... Wait, Larry Johnson? Is that the guy in the Hawaiian shirt that's on the Daniel Davis show? No. On the Judging Freedom podcast, hosted by the former Fox News analyst Andrew Napolitano, ex-CIA officer Larry Johnson claimed an emergency briefing evolved into a confrontation after General Dan Cain stood his ground after Trump sought to invoke the nuclear codes. There is no way in hell. There is no way in hell that General Dan Cain would have stood his ground against Trump. Footage of Cain storming out of the building was shown on the podcast by Johnson. The idea of Cain blocking Trump goes against the reality of the command chain. Well, that's also true, but also they sacked every single general because they weren't pliant enough to the administration. No, it's nonsense. This is just something that an ex-CIA guy said on a podcast in order to get more podcast appearances and more media appearances. That's what that is. That's what that is.
No,
Trump, like, the thing that people have got to remember is that Trump is unfortunately more calculating than we give him credit for, right? Yeah, we're supposed to believe that they had a mutiny. Right, exactly. It's not the case. Trump loves to play the idiot, right? And I think he is an idiot to some degree, but he loves to play the idiot. And I definitely think that he doesn't think before he speaks. And he just says whatever he wants, and that's why he's not careful. And it's just because he can always rely on his tactics of never admit defeat, always winning. Doesn't matter what happens, you won. But I genuinely do think that he is calculating when it comes to the markets, right? He's calculating when it comes to the economy. You know, look at the thing that has come out that we've looked at on this stream, where we're talking about people buying a bunch of oil shorts before the oil prices go down, before he makes the announcement of a ceasefire, and then people who are buying oil investments when he is saying we're going to go back to war, and the price of oil goes whoop, right? Buying stocks and stuff like that. Thank you, Lady B. You know, the reality of it is that he knows what he's doing in terms of playing the markets. And he knows that dropping a nuke in Iran would mean no oil for the Gulf states, no oil for the rest of the world. America will be remembered forever. Even if they're already going to be remembered forever as the worst nation on earth, but Trump doesn't think that, right? I wonder if he's just doing madman theory, but he's also stupid while doing it. Yeah, I think that is what it is. I think that he is trying to appear like he's unpredictable in order to get what he wants. But I think that he's learned that. This is a learned behavior. Because he surrounded himself with mafia bosses and stuff. And that's the kind of thing that they do, right? You don't know what I'm going to do. You don't know what I'm going to do. Oh, I've got a gun. Am I going to shoot me? Shoot you? Shoot this? Looking into it, there's zero evidence supporting Johnson's claim. Gut check tells me this is an extreme exaggeration. Trump asked about it and it sparked a disagreement, but nothing else. Yes, exactly. The only country to nuke 3 times, twice, and then again 80 years later. Right, that's the thing. They would be known as the only countries who have ever nuked, and they did it 3 times. Yeah. No, yeah, he is a mafia boss. This is it. But, you know, mafia bosses are not particularly, you know, always smart. They use these leverage shit. They use this leverage kind of position in order to get what they want with threats and intimidation, and that's what Trump does, right? But they at least know when to not push a big red button, right? Whether that be fucking whack the wrong senator's daughter or whatever, or, you know, family member of a certain person, because it will have ramifications that they can't, you know, get out of, you know? Yeah, big real estate owners in New York. Yeah, exactly. This is it. They're mafia bosses. Most CEOs act like mafia bosses, you know? It would harm his money, and that would be the big line. The big line is always his money and his estate, right? When we think about the $200 million that Miriam Mandelson, you know, donated to the Trump campaign, that was the thing that greased his wheels when it came to supporting Israel more. Yeah? Because I have always had a sneaking suspicion that Trump thinks that Netanyahu is a loser. And that's because throughout 2 years of genocide, he wasn't able to stop Al-Qassam from resisting the IDF, right? And I think that if you said that to anybody, you would be like, that's embarrassing for someone who's getting like, if I was paying someone a lot of money in order to be an effective destabilizer in the Middle East, but they can't eliminate a resistance faction, which, you know, a white supremacist might see as being weak or like not resourced enough in order to like take them out or whatever, not resourced enough to consider a threat, I mean, then, you know, I'm going to think of that person like, why can't you do it? We're giving you billions of dollars. Why can't you do it? You can't do it. You're a fucking loser. You don't know what you're doing. And Trump loves to think like that, right? I think he thinks Netanyahu was a loser. And I think that Miriam Mandelson greased the wheels, and that's why he became more pliant in terms of listening to Israel and wanting to support Israel more openly, at least, rather than just allowing the $2 billion pass through Congress every month or wherever the fuck it is. And I think that that's representative of his entire politics. If he could be bought, he will do a thing. If he could be bought, he will be pliant to the person who bought him.
The Middle East envoys, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, were set to fly from Florida to Europe and then to Islamabad. Instead, they flew to Washington. And now we know that there are discussions underway at the White House on next steps. And again, the White House has been very clear. Our sources here at the U.S. Embassy are telling us we have not had an official cancellation.
And I get what you're saying, Lady Bros. I don't think that Netanyahu is... I think that we've had this discussion before, but I don't think that Netanyahu's avoiding certain countries because of the threat of international law. I think Netanyahu is avoiding certain countries because he might get assassinated. I think that's the real reality of that. I think he knows that there are people out there who know that their country won't arrest him, and so they'll take matters into their own hands.
Just yet. But to your point about the military buildup, there has been speculation all the way along that the United States has never had any desire for a second round of talks. We heard J.D. Vance when he left after the first round saying that that was the best and final offer, and that this has just been a pause to allow the military to rearm. In fact, the U.S. president saying just that in an interview, saying that he believes that, the best position is the one that the United States is in right now, and the military is ready to go.
Kimberly Harkett there. Thank you very much for the White House perspective.
Absolutely nuts.
Here in Islamabad, I can say that, as Kimberly just pointed out, that yes, the clock is ticking, time is running out. The Iranians haven't confirmed. The Americans are poised to go back to fight. But what we're hearing from the mediators is that diplomacy is not dead. The chairs are still being pulled out of the table. The door is open. They just have to say yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Osama.
I think we're going to wake up tomorrow to the USA having done like an operation in Iran or something. I think that's what's going to happen. Or Israel will have done it. Israel will do something insane, and then Iran will be like, "Oi, we told you." Because when is the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon supposed to expire? I didn't look at that because it was only agreed last week. Is it supposed to be? Is it today? It's so confusing, by the way. Even for me, I'm supposed to cover this and be aware of this information, and I'm doing my best to absorb this information. There was a ceasefire between the USA and Iran, and then last week, Trump was like, "There's going to be a ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel. They're not going to attack anymore. They're prohibited from attacking. They're not allowed to do it." But Israel was just like, "No, we're going to stay in Lebanon anyway." They're not going to attack, but they're going to stay in Lebanon, right? And that was on Thursday last week. That was Thursday last week, or was it Tuesday last week? And he said it was going to be announced for Tuesday this week. And is that the one that's supposed to expire tonight? Because the ceasefire previously was the one between the US and Iran was for 2 weeks, and if it was 2 weeks. No, that would have been 2 weeks ago because it was a Tuesday, wasn't it? It was a Tuesday that he announced a 2 week. The 16th for 10 days. Yes. A 10-day ceasefire. Right, so that's not the one that's expiring tonight is the ceasefire between the US and Iran. I was confused because I thought it was 2 weeks. Okay, now I understand everything. Well, not everything, but I'm doing my best. Let's have a look at this. This is another report from Al Jazeera. It's 28 minutes long. Let's take a look. I'm going to run to the toilet.
This is America, where the U.S. president
This is America.
His military strikes have killed so many senior Iranian leaders that the U.S. doesn't know who's left to deal with. So how's that now complicating negotiations with the U.S.? I'll be back with more on that later, but first, here's Cyril Vanier in our Washington studio.
Hi, Joe Castro. Thank you very much. 7 weeks after the U.S. and Israel launched a war against Iran, the Iranian establishment has not collapsed and appears to believe that it can still shape the terms of negotiation with the United States. While some voices in Iran are engaging in talks, a new generation of Revolutionary Guard is driving a harder bargain, ready to maximize economic hurt on the global economy by threatening maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. So did the U.S. get caught out and underestimate the conflicting points of power in Iran? Well, Donald Trump says that he has Iran right where he wants them. Here's the U.S. president talking to CNBC.
That we're going to end up with a great deal. I think they have no choice. We've taken out their Navy. We've taken out their Air Force. It is regime change, no matter what you want to call it. Iran can get themselves on a very good footing if they make a deal. They can make themselves into a strong nation again, a wonderful nation again. We've totally won the war. You know, if you read the New York Times, you think, oh, gee, when are we surrendering? We have totally beat them.
But despite that, questions remain as to whether Donald Trump's team is talking to the right people in Iran.
Now you have the IRGC practically becoming...
Oh, what?
You're talking about an IRGC that is...
What's going on?
Almost in control of governance. They make the final decision. And that's even more dangerous.
I think he's pretty safe from assassination in places like Australia, to be honest. He's most likely to be assassinated in Israel itself by some mental settler angry that the genocide hasn't gone far enough. Ultimately, he sent his PM here after the Bondi shooting. Yeah, but the reason he sent the PM there... No, he wouldn't have sent his PM because you're talking about Prime Minister. Netanyahu is the Prime Minister. You mean the President, Isaac Herzog. The reason he doesn't go to Australia is because it's far away, bro. That's why. And he needs to stay in the country while he's doing a war and shit. He needs to stay near that, you know, this is why he goes to fucking Europe and shit like that. Does he ever go, does Netanyahu, when's the last time Netanyahu went to Australia? I feel like it was a couple of years ago. No Israeli leader has ever visited Canberra. Next week? Wait, what is this? La Trobe University? Oh, 2017. 2017. He made a historic, you know. So now it's too far away. He's gone to the US a few times. They're kind of equal in distance, to be honest. Yeah, but the US matters more than Australia to Israel, doesn't it? Hey Kitsune Nix, how you doing? I just kind of want to pop, one day pop on and be surprised by something he does or says back on Earth where reality is king. Yeah. Yeah. Hey Parko's Language, how's it going? Welcome in. It was so confusing as soon as the ceasefire was called off because of Lebanon, but Iran actually ceased again and Israel kept going on. Yeah, really, really stellar diplomacy going on here. Absolutely stellar diplomacy.
Almost every one of us voted to designate...
Wait, hang on. I want to hear what Reza Pahlavi's got to say, and why do they bring him up?
If you read the New York Times, you think, oh, gee, when are we surrendering? We have totally beat them.
But despite that, questions remain as to whether Donald Trump's team is talking to the right people in Iran.
Now you have the IRGC practically becoming the state. You're talking about an IRGC that is now almost in control of governance. They make the final decision. And that's even more dangerous.
Almost everyone...
What the fuck was that, bro? You have the IRGC practically becoming the state.
An IRGC that is now almost in control of governance. They make the final decision.
This is utterly inaccurate.
And that's even more dangerous.
Almost every one of us voted to designate the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organization. Those votes, they didn't just happen for no reason.
We have no way to control what comes next, which most experts believe would be the Iranian Revolutionary Guard-led government rising up and being just as repressive and antagonistic as the current theocracy, and perhaps even more committed to the acquisition of nuclear weapons.
Utter waste,
and
man.
Both sides, the United States and Iran, have advertised their red lines, their non-negotiables. But who decides if a deal is reached? Here in the U.S., there is little doubt that that decision ultimately rests with the president. In Iran, though, there are multiple voices delivering sometimes mixed signals.
British universities paid security firm to spy on pro-Palestine students, and it's a lot of them. What? Is there a list on here? 12 British universities. MMU, yeah, not surprised by that. London School of Economics, not surprised by that. Uni of Bristol, University of Oxford, Imperial College London, University College London, King's College London, University of Sheffield, Leicester, Nottingham, Cardiff Metropolitan University. I'm surprised, right? I'm surprised that University of Manchester didn't. I know Manchester Metropolitan University there, right? But there's 3 universities in Manchester. There's Uni of Salford, Manchester Metropolitan University, and Uni of Manchester. And I would have thought Uni of Manchester would have done it the most because that was where the most pro-Palestine actions happened at University of Manchester. In fact, I was involved in helping the students there by running some sort of like mini workshops and stuff, talking about eviction resistances and that. Interesting, Uni of Manchester didn't do this. Maybe they did it with another firm. He had a prime opportunity to garner sympathy after what happened at Bondi. The reality is Australia told him not to come because they'd be forced to arrest him. They instead send Herzog. Herzog is also someone that could be arrested. Herzog is someone that is entirely complicit in the genocide in Gaza that would be wanted for questioning, probably, by the International Criminal Court. I don't think that makes sense. Hey, Homer. With all that money they spent spying, you think Sheffield will be able to pay all the staff that are going on strike for the 3rd time in the year? Yeah, I mean, same with MMU staff. Literally the same with MMU staff.
Here's Phil Lavelle. There is a standoff in the Strait of Hormuz. One day it's open, next it's closed.
Hi, Mouse Rat. I was oh my god, member solidarity officer for Greater Manchester Tenants Union for 4 or 5 years. Can't remember exactly. I think it was 4 years. I've done multiple eviction resistances in the UK, and yeah. Well, in Manchester particularly.
And now the US blocking it, firing on and seizing Iranian-flagged vessels trying to get through. Iran calls
You're right, there's no arrest warrant for Herzog, yeah.
Theft, chaos on a critical waterway, and a chokehold on a huge chunk of the world's oil supply. Here is where we were, war, and here is where we are now, ceasefire, and here is where America wants to be, and quickly, a deal. But it's that final stretch, that final push, getting to a deal that is proving to be quite the challenge.
We've made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we possibly could, and they have chosen not to accept our terms.
But who
can I get your title in American? I was member solidarity officer, but that's not like a British thing or anything. It's just like the. It wasn't a job. I wasn't paid, by the way. Activism, yeah. Volunteering, yeah. I'm sure tenant unions in the US have like a similar title. Basically, I was the guy that helped, well, not the guy, but I was one of the guys in the union, one of like a bunch of members that was involved in, helping people, agitating, prospective members and members when it came to joining the union and being involved in activism and stuff, and helping them to. Oh, tenant union, you meant the name of the organization. Yeah. Like you'll find there's a whole bunch of tenant unions in the USA. Kansas City Tenant Union is the biggest one I hear about. LA Tenant Union, I've met comrades from LA Tenant Union. New York Tenant Union, but there's a bunch of residents associations and tenants associations in New York. But I've met activists from New York Tenant Union, Community Action Tenant Union in Chicago, or ACTA, which is I can't remember what the acronym is. ACTA in Chicago, and there's another one that I'm not remembering. Can't remember the other American one that I've met members from, but yeah, there's a bunch of them in the United States. But yeah, I was one of the members of the union that would, like I say, agitate members and prospective members when they were having issues with their landlord. Obviously everyone has issues with their landlord, but generally speaking, they were at their wits' end. Most of them, they would come to us when they were like didn't have any other option a lot of the time, and when they were getting evicted, we would just do an eviction resistance. But if they were members, we'd help them with things like rent raising disputes, disputes about repairs and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, there's nothing better than telling a landlord to fuck off. Or a bailiff, for example, right? Mad stuff.
Exactly are the Americans negotiating with? Well, we hear the words Iranian regime quite a lot, and President Trump says there are new...
I didn't have a lanyard, no.
It's a regime change. They are much more...
Sometimes when I was on an eviction resistance, I would have had a lanyard. Yes, I did have a lanyard when we did eviction resistances, but not just generally.
Frankly, more intelligent and more moderate.
But who is making the decisions? Who is he referring to? Is it the new supreme leader who took over after his father was killed in the opening days of the war? Mujtaba Khamenei hasn't been seen in person since, just occasional messages online, leading to questions over who really is in control. Is it the diplomats? They are the ones issuing the public statements after all. The likes of the foreign minister and the president, the public faces, even doing the rounds on US and international media.
All of this is America's fault. We did not start this war. We are only defending ourselves.
Was the lanyard to trick the cops into thinking you're more legit? No, it was actually to make sure that the prospective members and members of the public and the community knew that we were like a serious organization. That's what that was for. When it came to cops, it didn't really matter because cops can't police civil disputes between a tenant and a landlord unless a tenant or a landlord actually breaks legislation, legislative law, right?
Or is it the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Iran's...
This is so stupid, by the way. This is so completely stupid, by the way, because, there's a president. Does this guy know that the president of Iran is still around? Do they know about that?
Internal, much feared security force. It was the IRGC that said on Saturday the strait would remain closed just hours after the foreign minister said it would be reopened. And the question is, what next for President Trump, who appears to be caught between two competing narratives? Remember too, this is about more than the strait. Iran's nuclear ambitions are a big part of it. It's been enriching uranium, it says, for peaceful means. President Trump pulled out of the original nuclear deal in his first term.
We have terminated a terrible, terrible deal that should have never, ever been made.
But that took the previous administration 18 months to reach, and that was during peacetime. The current one is trying to reach a solution in a matter of days and in the midst of an active conflict. Will more talks actually happen? If so, they'll be in Islamabad. But it is here, 11,000 kilometers away, that the ultimate decision of what America does
next. It's literally always been open to people who don't bomb Iran.
As for how Iran responds or who decides.
It's mad that Al Jazeera English just has this overwhelmingly Americanized and westernized reporting segment. I know why they do it. It's for diplomacy, right? Because Qatar wants good relations with the West. It wants good relations with, the Imperial Corps and shit like that. It's an arm of the government. It's doing, it's doing propaganda. It's doing diplomatic relations by this stuff. But, being this full-throated to the USA still is just, so mad. Because in a lot of their reporting, they are a bit better than this at least. But this segment in particular is just completely mad. Yeah, he's doing it in front of the White House. And they're like, who's in control of Iran? Is it the scary IRGC? It is a bit like Brass Eye. It is a bit like Brass Eye, this bit.
On Iran's response, well, that is a whole other question. Phil Lavelle, Al Jazeera, Washington.
And Al Jazeera's Mike Hanna is live at the White House. So, Mike, does the White House at this point still feel that it has the upper hand in negotiations?
Well, President Trump certainly does believe he has the upper hand in negotiations. He said so repeatedly. He stated again and again that the U.S. has already won the war. He insists that the nuclear dust, as he puts it, which is...
nuclear dust again.
Nuclear munitions that the Iranians have for peaceful purposes, they say.
Nuclear dust again.
Destroyed by the bombers. But at the same time, he insists that he will continue with this war, even though he says he has already won it. But as to what the White House thinks, people within the White House, well, that's very difficult because they refer everything to what the president thinks. One very brief example, in the course of the day, we've been trying to ascertain exactly what time this ceasefire ends. The president himself has given 4 different timings for when it should end. The White House are telling us all the time, just follow the words of the president. Well, we follow the words of the president, but then it's very
Hey, Blue Vixen, yeah, it does.
Exactly which words to follow, exactly what time he has
Give me that nuclear dust, mate.
To end.
Al Jazeera's Mike Hanna live from the White House. Thank you very much, Mike. Now, Heidi Jo Castro is back with us and takes a look at what the U.S.
Well, I think, Sorka, that he said it by mistake. This is what I was saying before. If you look at this truth where he's talking about it, the nuclear dust, it's the one where he was like, I mean, he's just saying it whenever. He said this 8 hours ago. Wait, what's happening here about Tim Cook? Wait, what? I've always been a fan of Tim Cook and likewise Steve Jobs, but if Steve was not taken from the planet Earth so young and ran the company instead of Tim, the company would have done well, but nowhere near as well as it has under Tim. For me, it began with a phone call from Tim at the beginning of my first term. He had a fairly large problem that only I, the president, could fix. Most people would have paid millions of dollars to a consultant who I probably would not have known, but who would say that he knew me well. The fees would be paid, but the job would not have gotten done. When I got the call, I said, wow, wow, it's Tim Apple Cook calling. How big is that? I was very impressed with myself to have the head of Apple calling to kiss my ass. Anyway, he explained his problem. A tough one it was. I felt he was right and got it taken care of quickly and effectively. That was the beginning of a very long and nice relationship when he kissed his ass. During my 5 years as president. 5? Is he talking about in his extra term? Like he's talking about in combination is 5 years. So like the first 4 and now an extra 1.5 almost. Tim would call me, but never too much, and I would help him where I could. Years later, after 3 or 4 big helps, I started to say to people, anyone that would listen, this guy is an amazing manager and leader. He makes these calls to me, I help him out, but not always, because he will on occasion be too aggressive in his ask. He gets the job done quickly without a dime being given to those very expensive millions of dollars consultants around town who sometimes get it done and sometimes don't. Anyway, Tim Cook had an amazing career, almost incomparable, and will go on to continue to do great work for Apple and whatever else he chooses to work on. Quite simply, Tim Cook is an incredible guy. President Donald J. Trump. What the fuck? This was today. This was today when he like woke up at like 7 in the morning or something. Is this because Apple are doing really bad? How are they doing year to date? They're not performing as well as Google or Amazon or Nvidia. So maybe that's what it is. Maybe he's trying to boost Apple's stocks. I mean, if you look at like the 6-month performance even, I don't think they're doing well. I can't fucking believe it. It's so good. It's so weird. It's so weird. Like, why has he done it? Anyway, what I was saying, Sorka, was that when he talks about the nuclear dust recently, he's combined it with talking about the big, beautiful B-2 bombers. What? have not seen this one. This is from last night. Wait, I have missed so many of these posts. What the fuck, man? I am winning a war by a lot. The Tim Apple one was like this morning. Like, it's like 6 in the morning. US time. Eastern time. No one can keep up with this posting. This is fucking nuts. I am winning a war by a lot. Things are going very well. Our military has been amazing. And if you read the fake news like the failing New York Times, the absolutely horrendous and disgusting Wall Street Journal, or the now almost defunct, fortunately, Washington Post, you would actually think we're losing the war. The enemy is confused because they get these same media reports, and yet they realize their Navy has been wiped out. Their Air Force has gone onto darker runways. Darker runways? Wait! He was saying their Air Force was completely obliterated, and now he's saying that they've gone onto darker runways? They have no anti-missile or anti-airplane equipment. The former leaders are mostly gun. This has been, in addition to everything else, regime change. And perhaps most of all, the blockade, which will not take off until there's a deal, is absolutely destroying Iran. They are losing $500 million a day. He loves to say $500 million a day. An unsustainable number, even in the short run. The anti-America fake news media is rooting for Iran to win, but it's not going to happen. Because I'm in charge, just like these unpatriotic people used every ounce of their limited strength to fight for me in the election. They continue to do so with Iran. The result will be the same. It already is. Donald J. Trump. Miliband is throwing Starmer under the bus. I think we saw this before. We watched the interview he did on Good Morning Britain. Ed Miliband says he and Lammy feared Mandelson appointment could blow up. Oh, is this a new information? Is this a new interview he's given to Sky News? Oh my God. Ed Miliband told Sky News on Tuesday that he and Lammy have been worried about the appointment was risky and Mandelson should have never been appointed. You know what I say to that, chat? Miliband was on the Today program as well this morning. He was doing the rounds. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he really was. Oh my God. Was there a Polymarket scam about him commenting on Tim Cook's resignation? It does kind of sound like that, right? It's so funny. I can't. The Americans need to know about this. The Americans need to be told about this. If they don't know, they need to be told that the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, in the midst of a Epstein-related scandal, said meep meep. Meep meep at the fucking dispatch box. People need to know, bro. They need to know. What if we ended up with Miliband as PM again? He wasn't PM, was he? Beep beep, I'm a sheep. I think you'll find, Dan, actually, he is extremely clear. It's going to be iconic British culture for years, I know. I know. I can't believe it, man. Listen, chat, there's too much news. It's sending me under, and it's too late. Look at the lines of worry forming in my forehead, chat. Let me be clear. Let me be clear. Chat. We're gonna go and You're not supposed to say that they were already there. That's the point of that bit. That's the point of that bit. You're not supposed to say that they were already there. You're supposed to say, no, Mule, you look young as fuck. You're not a day older than 25. You look 10 years younger than you actually are. Anyway, whatever, it doesn't matter. Chat, thank you so much for the stream today. It's been really good. Look at that. We hit the sub goal. And that means we can get rid of that. It's gone. It's gone. It's completely gone. Thank you so much for all the subscriptions today, yesterday, and throughout the month. We just got to focus on the dono goal now. And that would be Mamma Mia Pizza Pasta in terms of goodness for me and everybody else as well. It's Mouserat. Thank you so much for the subscription. Appreciate that. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. Thank you for the blue fella, Dan, but I'll have to do that tomorrow. Appreciate that, Mouserat. Yeah, appreciate that. Treat yourself after the stream. No, I'll do it on stream. It's fine. Oh, bless your shiny baby features. Yeah, appreciate that, man. So, listen. When we unlock the... when we hit the dono goal, we will be unlocking the May the 7th election all-nighter stream, where I'll be streaming all night. Where at this point in the evening, I won't be ending the stream. We'll be continuing until the local council elections come in. Right? So even if it's in the morning, it will be an extremely long stream, and there'll be lots of shenanigans, laughs, maybe a little bit of Tomodachi Life. And of course, don't forget, we've got Tomodachi Life coming at the weekend as well. Make sure to check out the VOD channel. Make sure to check out the YouTube channels. Make sure to check out the socials. Sorry, don't know what the fuck I'm on about. Wanna reads, how you doing? We are going to be raiding Peden. She's live right now. Join me for the raid. Copy and paste the first raid message if you've got a sub. The second one if you don't. It looks like this. If you copy and paste it from the slash, the /. Honestly, thank you so much for all the donos today. Thank you so much for all the subs today. Thank you so much for all of the support. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for just being here in the chat. Thank you for lurking. If you've been watching this on the VOD channel, please like, comment, and subscribe. I'll see you all tomorrow. Same time, same mule place. Stay excellent to each other. And peace. Mwah. Good night.